never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Close out a Monday. So what are we looking at? 21st day of September. Hey, you know what that means? It is the last day of summer. Oh, hooray, hooray. Yeah, fall officially arriving Wednesday. What is it, like 3:21, I think, in the afternoon, Eastern time. So that's astronomical summer. May not end for another day, but some of the high elevation areas in Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, you just saw your first snowfall of the season over the weekend. There's actually more snow showers in the forecast. For September snow, not particularly uncommon in parts of the West. Denver's recorded significant September snowfalls not all that long ago. They average an inch of snow in the month of September, according to the National Park Service. Yellowstone averages about a half inch of snow. But some snow showers made it all the way down to the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone River. Forecasts an additional coating to an inch of snow yet to come at Big Sky Resort, a very popular skiing destination there in Montana. Had your early season snow lightly covered some of the resort ski trails. They had a time-lapse video from clouds rolling over Lone Mountain, which is home to the Big Sky Resort, before the mountain is kind of enveloped in a wall of white. When the mountain emerges from the cloud cover, it's kind of whitened by the snowfall. Still, ski season at Big Sky doesn't typically begin until around the Thanksgiving holiday. So don't be digging out the ski poles just yet. The early season snow that struck the region as temperatures plummeted 20 degrees below normal, pushing the snow levels down to about 7,000 feet. The snow that struck wasn't particularly heavy, but it did make for a pretty sight across parts of the Rockies, including outside of Grand Teton, Wyoming, along parts of the John Rockefeller Memorial Parkway, which helps connect the Yellowstone and the Grand Teton National Parks. Areas there saw up to 8 inches of snow. Now, despite the snow out west, most parts of the country still have a long way to go before we start looking for wintry weather. Astronomical winter doesn't start till December 21st. Although cold weather and snow are certainly possible across large swaths of the country before that day, still with seasonable temperatures and even thunderstorms still forecast across much of the eastern USA in the coming days. Definitely not yet time to get out your snow boots. Get ready for the pumpkin patches and the fall foliage. That's next on the horizon, which is already starting to take off across some of the higher elevations and northern portions of the country. All right, we've already delved through the fall forecast, but beginning to see some of the change of the seasons. Now, meanwhile, the front that brought some of that snow out west is now the form of a cold front sweeping through the north central and central states. And along that line, showers and thunderstorms stretching tonight from northeastern Wisconsin. Rain, showers, and thunderstorms pushing into the Green Bay area at this hour. You've got rain down into Madison, Wisconsin. The heaviest rain, the leading edge of the thunderstorms, has already pushed through Madison, but you've got several hours of pretty decent rain yet to come your way. From there, you go down to rain will be moving into Rockford, Illinois, Dixon, Illinois, all the way down to Galesburg. That's on down into Iowa, actually. Davenport to Quincy, moving on into, southeastern portions of Iowa, northeastern and central portions of Missouri. This line stretches all the way down into the northeastern corner of Mississippi. Joplin, Missouri. You're now winding down on the heavier rains there. So that's a pretty decent line of showers and thunderstorms. Wisconsin, northeastern and west central portions of Illinois, down into the heart of Missouri. That's all going to continue sweeping to the east as we progress through Tuesday into midweek. Probably be late Wednesday into Thursday before that front reaches all the way over to the I-95 corridor and the East Coast. That's a pretty powerful storm that slammed the West Coast to start the weekend, and it continues to be watched, as I was just mentioning where the line is at this hour. On top of the threat for some flooding, rain, and maybe severe thunderstorms, look out for that blast of much cooler air that sweeps across the nation to welcome in the autumnal equinox Wednesday of this week. That storm definitely made its presence felt as it marched into the West Coast on Saturday. An unusual early season rain extended from Seattle southward into Northern California. It was really welcome news. It was a major boost for the firefighting efforts in that region. While the cool, wet conditions continued across the Northwest, wrapping up the weekend, this storm is far from done at this point. We saw some warm air Sunday, allowed locations like Bismarck, North Dakota, to top out at 86 degrees. That was several degrees short of a record, which would have been 94, set back in 1972. It was still very warm for September, though. You'll notice a dramatic 24-hour shift as we head into Tuesday. Forecast is looking like temperatures are going to dip to about 71 degrees for the high later today. Overnight temperatures are forecast to drop pretty dramatically. Lows reaching into the lower 40s by later this morning for Tuesday morning. in that region of the country. So you've got weather whiplash in a 24-hour period. Now, prior to the arrival of the chilly air, many Midwest locations will see some rain and thunderstorms to start out the week. That cold front continues to march east through the day today, bringing the wet weather eventually to Grand Rapids, Indianapolis. You'll see some of the rains later today down into Evansville, Indiana, all areas that could experience a soaking rain, and maybe the threat for even some thunderstorm activity. By midweek, the advancing cold front begins to run into a bit of an atmospheric roadblock. We touched on that last evening as a dome of high pressure that's anchored along the East Coast isn't really going to want to move much. That's going to force the cold front to slow down, and the expected slow progression of that front about midweek may exacerbate the heavy rain and flooding potential. Areas from, say, Pittsburgh to Morgantown, West Virginia, you may be looking at a renewed threat for flooding by midweek. That could even extend maybe into Thursday, depending on how much this storm slows down. So yet another round of heavy rain, the last thing that residents along the I-95 corridor want to hear about after a very wet summer, but that's probably going to be the case Thursday as that rain slowly spreads eastward all along the 95 corridor. New York to Philadelphia to Washington, D.C., and many others will be again facing that threat for flooding. It may take till Friday or Saturday for this front to completely clear out of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states. So kind of a slow-moving storm system as we wind up summer and roll into fall. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll take a look at the southeastern USA, where the threat for flash flooding will continue. Less than a week after Nicholas brought the extensive rainfall to that region, not only were areas along the Gulf Coast inundated with those downpours, but high pressure over the Northeast and near Florida allowed moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf to stream into much of the Southeast over the past several days. That weather setup resulted in major flooding in Alabama Saturday afternoon, where we saw 4 to 6 inches of rain that fell in 24 hours' time. Some of those heavy rains swept through Middle Tennessee as well. And that trend is going to continue across the Southeast, probably through the middle portions of this week. Some of these showers, thunderstorms that could be heavy at times. So again, we'll break down more on that coming up here in a bit as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday, right on the heels of the big weekend, kind of the championship weekend for our truck and tractor pool enthusiasts. The Enderley Memorial Pool-Offs have the full report. John Dunlap has the full breakdown coming up here in a bit of how things unfolded in kind of the closeout of the season for the truck and tractor pooling season. Meanwhile, who's checking in here? Let's jump over to our stream board. Zorro, first out of the box on YouTube. Captain Ron checking in, first out of the box on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. All right, Gilligan's on board. The Michigan Bad Band. Hey there, good to have you with us. 007 checking in from Kingdom City, Missouri, hanging out at the Petro there tonight. Bama checking in from Pulaski, Tennessee, making his way to Indiana tonight. I've been kind of sick for the past 4 days, but I've tested negative twice for the coronavirus. So everybody have a splendid day. Yeah, maybe you got that nasty crud I had a couple of weeks ago, because I felt pretty bad for a few days. All right. Hello to Sylvester on board there in the land down under. Richard checking in from Central Florida, where it's 73 degrees. Best wishes to Steve and all the listeners out there. Let's see, trucking with Dante. Hello from Amelia, Ohio. Good to have you with us. Larry, as he typically says, good afternoon. It's kind of on us folks with the reversed schedule. It is kind of like our afternoon. Morning, Steve, from Arizona. Tank checking in, headed west on I-40, where it's a comfortable 68 degrees there tonight. It is a cool 60. They're in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, says Sylvester. Morning, Steve, from K-Town. Buster Brown checking in, the 69 degrees. My work shoes are soaked. My wife said West Yellowstone got several inches of snow. Yes, they did. That dreaded S word. He said it, didn't he? Let's see, who else on board? Miss Millie, hi there. Morning, Steve, and all. 68 here in Foster, Kentucky. Looks like we're going to get a round of some fairly heavy rain moving through about 3 a.m. Everybody take care out there. Be safe. Heat wave, check it in. Morning from Bliss, Idaho. Headed for SLC. All right, West Michigan, checking in. That's Crazy Ray. 72 degrees this exceptional morning. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Monkey Gouger from Bryan's Corner, Oklahoma. Hello to Randolph. Good to have you with us. Jay checking in. Morning, Steve. Hello to all the drivers out there. It's a great night to be rolling through Nashville, Tennessee. 67 degrees, partly cloudy. No rain. Buckeye Boy checking in from Morgan Hill, California. 75 degrees. Came across California 152 from I-5 to 101. I drove by the San Luis Reservoir, and I could not believe how low the water level is. It's downright scary. I'll be taking tomorrow off due to a delivery schedule change. Then get to reset my hours. My dog Annie is still improving, which is really a relief. We're keeping our fingers crossed. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Yeah, I didn't get to his message last evening. He shared what was kind of a scary weekend with his fur baby. Got really, really sick. So hope everything continues to improve there. Hello, Chevy Guy. Copied the mail. Susie Bell on board. Morning, Steve and everyone. I really enjoyed this show. Many thanks to all your truck drivers for all you do every day. I appreciate you all. May you all have a safe night. Thank you, Susie Bell. Fuzzy checking in. Fuzzy Overbeck. Morning, Steve. Making my way home. Rain. Can't wait to get home. It's raining where he's at. All right. So, yeah, drive safe out there. Tar Heel throwing those papers in North Carolina. Good morning. Lori Glory. Morning, Steve, and all the gang. 68 degrees here in South Buffalo. Yes, the full moon tonight. Watch out for the crazy people. It is, yes, officially the harvest moon tonight. Full moon, which unlike last night, this hour's moon's still shining bright. They had a lot of cloud cover last evening in the area. All right, about 15 past the hour. Great to have you with us. As always, we'll get your calls just ahead at 844-3388. First, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets. Powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I just wanted to get an update pulled up, see if we've got any severe weather along that line of showers and thunderstorms, because looking at the radar, some of them look fairly feisty. So we've got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings, starting here in southwestern Missouri. Several counties there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail being reported there. If you're on I-49 between mile marker 1 and mile marker 22, you're in that zone. 60-mile-an-hour winds. That'll rock and roll you. Let's jump to the next here, which is in south-central Wisconsin, on further up to the north. 60-mile-per-hour winds being reported with that particular thunderstorm cell. I think there was one other in the mix here. Let's see. So, okay, we touched on south-central Wisconsin. I think we had northeastern Missouri that was in the mix as well. Here we go. Yeah, this is the line extending through west-central Illinois and on down into northeastern Missouri. Looking at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's all along the leading edge of that frontal system as it pushes through from northwest to southeast. So heads up if you're rolling through those areas tonight. Meanwhile, let me jump to the phones here this morning, and would that be Horse Feathers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boy, did you make somebody's night tonight. Lucky Penny appreciated that phone call.
Really? Well, I mean, she was all very complimentary. She said, "Steve, you're my Rush Limbaugh through the overnight hours." I'm like, well, okay, it's. Yeah, we did get to talk a little bit about Ranger Jack. She kind of filled me in on what's going on. I guess she's technically still kind of battling the COVID. She's still struggling for energy and whatnot. It doesn't take much to just drain you on any given day.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. She was still feeling pretty weak, and of course, with everything else going on now, you certainly aren't doing what you're supposed to be doing to take care of yourself, and with everything else she's got going on there. So, but she said she's got a lot of people coming over to the house and checking on her and bringing her food and all that. But yeah, I guess today was the day they sent Jean's body out for cremation. So they that's one of those things that is one of those hard things to get past. It really brings the whole situation, really brings it into light where you're at. And I told her to brace herself for when they have to go back and pick the ashes up, because that's just as hard and maybe even harder, because but the only good thing there is you actually get to bring your loved one home, when you do that, but it really puts the finalization on what's going on that way, and it makes it really tough. So
yeah, she said she did a lot of crying today, which that makes sense. I asked her, I took a few notes when I was talking to her. She, right now, like she said, she's still trying to get better herself, but they will have she said, we call it a celebration of life, and she's going to let us know whenever they get something put together. So yeah, I asked her how long they were together. She said she met Gene when they were 11 years old. She was 11 years old. She married him when she was 17, and they were together 52 years. And I said, "Oh, that's right. When we met them on the cruise, they were celebrating their 50th anniversary." I remembered that. So
Yep, that's right. So, but I guess as far as the truck goes, she was saying that I guess she's going to let it go. She's got help, I guess, from the dealership they got it from. They're going to help her get it sold and everything. So, I mean, they're being good with her about that. So that's good to hear. And I don't know what her future holds for her or what her plans are for the future, but her company did offer her a single run, and she's like, nah, without Gene, there's just no way to go out and do it. And she's there somewhere, like 70, 71, 72 in that area. And for a woman to go out at any age and try to run the road as a single is hard enough. And to go out and try to do it, start all over again that way. And, especially, an owner operator and having to take care of everything on the road and everything, it'd be really hard. And I think she's made the best decision that way. So, but anyways, she definitely feels, your show and, your listeners are part of her family. And, I know a lot of us all feel the same way that she's part of ours. And so we're all going to stay in contact. And so between her calling in and a couple of us getting a hold of her every now and then, we'll keep tabs on what's going on and everything. And so, but yeah, she called me back there after you talked to her and said, I feel like I got a call from Donald Trump, she said.
Wow. Oh my. So she said Gene loved to hunt. She shared a little piece with me, and apparently wherever he would go up on the mountain to hunt, that there was a tree at the top of that mountain that was known as Gene's tree, because when he'd go hunting, notoriously he would get his buck within a matter of minutes after getting in his tree up there on the mountain. And she shared that at some point in time, that's where his ashes will be going, up on the mountain under Gene's tree. But yeah, so I guess he was a real hunting enthusiast.
Yeah. The boy, I tell you, the one, from meeting them and being on the cruise with them, they were two peas in a pod, but it was just it was amazing to see a couple like that. Everywhere you go, you see Ranger Jack and Lucky Penny, or Lucky Penny and Ranger Jack, and whatever they were doing. And so it was real good to meet them on the cruise. I know they said they probably never do another one, and I don't know the way things are looking. Is anybody ever going to do another one?
Right.
I don't know.
Good question.
So, but anyway, so I take it the princess must have got the message to you, and so
she did indeed.
Anyways, I appreciate that, and so yeah, you should keep her. Oh, wait a minute, is that the way you say that, or maybe she should keep you? We'll have to think about that for a while, huh?
There you go.
But anyways, so yeah, you guys are doing good. So what? You guys were 38, you said, this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So it's crazy. Where does this time go? But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. Didn't hear much different. Didn't pay much attention to the news. Kind of partly cloudy skies tonight. But if you look the right way, the clouds blow the right way. You can still see the moon and some Saturn. And I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. So I guess we're waiting for the rain to come Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and you're going to keep me from getting topsoil again. How am I supposed to get topsoil delivered if you and the AccuWeather gods keep raining on me?
Hey, at least you know what? At least you've been forewarned. You know that you might have to change your schedule in the coming days. All right, Horse Feathers, thank you so much for checking in. Be safe out there. I got an email. Actually, it was Sunday night. And it was Justin from Dayton, Ohio. He said, just wanted to drop you a line. Used to listen to you on your other gig. Took me a little bit to find you, how to listen to you again. I had a stroke, kind of young to have a stroke, but I'm doing better now. but just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate what you do, keeping the truck drivers up. My father used to drive for Bullitt back in the day of the cab-overs. And I know what the family goes through when their parents drive over the road and don't get a whole lot of time at home. I enjoy people and where they are and love to find out what they're hauling. Yeah, I understand some people have dedicated routes, but I've never tried Hot Shot Secrets, but I will become a customer. I used to use the other product. All right. Well, thank you so much. We love to have new users. Maybe give us a call sometime, Justin. Hey, you know what? I could hook you up with the first time caller $60 coupon so you can get your first experience with Hot Shot Secret products. And I'm sure you would after which be a dedicated user, right? Sound like a plan? All right, you want to do that? It's 844-844-3388. We'll be getting our bottom of the hour news break just ahead. Last evening, we were under the industry headlines talking about the continued backup at the ports off the West Coast, the L.A. and Long Beach. The numbers of container ships that are at anchor or waiting for an anchorage berth continues to grow. It's at an all-time record 65 container ships, something akin, I believe, to 400,000 containers waiting to be offloaded there. And the backups don't appear to be getting any better. So on Monday, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach announcing they're expanding the hours during which trucks can pick up and return containers as part of their effort to get this backlog reduced. Where the record volume continues, Port of Long Beach will maximize nighttime operation in what the port's executive director referred to as a first step toward 24/7 operations, a 24/7 supply chain. Port of Los Angeles executive director announced that the Port of L.A. is going to expand weekend operating gate hours on a pilot basis to ensure that gate availability meets cargo demands. Both ports have called on marine terminal operators to incentivize the use of all available gate hours, especially the nighttime gates, to reduce congestion and maximize the cargo capacity there. So going to the extent of pretty much running 24/7 at the ports there. With that, we'll get our news break, and back to your calls ahead here. We'll get to the world-famous Cool Breeze, Carolina Monkey Gals, your Jolly Green Giants on the line, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The COVID-19 pandemic has now become the deadliest in U.S. history, surpassing the 1918 flu pandemic. Data from Johns Hopkins University shows that deaths from COVID passed 675,000 on Monday, surpassing the estimated deaths from the Spanish flu. The 7-day moving average of deaths in the U.S. is now 1,353. And the major indices on Wall Street all closed down Monday, recording their largest losses in more than 4 months. The S&P 500 fell 75 points, shedding nearly 2% and suffering its biggest drop since May. The Dow Jones Industrial Average finished the day down 614 points and was briefly down nearly 1,000 at one point in the day. It ended down 1.8%. The Nasdaq lost 2.2% on the day. Investor worries about the Federal Reserve possibly pulling back on some of the support it's been giving the economy, leading the sell-off. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Not exactly sure what the truck was hauling, but it was burning, and it was burning big time. Eastbound I-10 this past day in St. Charles Parish there in Louisiana. Huge truck fire. And that is in the New Orleans area, by the way. According to the St. Charles Sheriff's Office, the truck driver got out safely, no injuries reported, but eastbound I-10 was shut down between La Place and I-310 for hours, and they were talking backups in excess of 4 miles due to the interstate closure there. But again, a lot of people taking videos. Whatever that load contained, it was burning furiously. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. There's Cool Breeze. How we been, Cool Breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno. How we doing tonight?
Hanging with them. It's been a while since we've talked. You been doing all right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about it, but since Horse Feathers pulled it out with the first one tonight, I've been through a rough time, Steve. I really had I had 3 close members of my family pass away here in the last 3 weeks.
I know you lost your son at one point. Who else have you lost?
Well, a week before my son passed away, I lost my mom. And then 2 weeks before that, I lost my oldest brother.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I'm just numb. I'm just totally numb, Steve. But I guess life's kind of prepared me for it. I mean, I've been through 3 divorces and 1 death of a wife, and I guess nothing really compares to that. But I'm just kind of numb about it, and I wasn't going to talk about it tonight. I really wasn't. But since Horse Feathers had started that avenue of discussion there, I guess you could call it. I don't know.
With Ranger Jack.
But,
what Ranger Jack was a long-time listening friend of the program, so. Yeah, he and Lucky Penny were battling COVID for a couple of weeks, and he finally went in, and they took the Regeneron, the monoclonal antibodies or whatever, and like the day after he took that, I think it was day or the second day after that, his heart started racing, and he couldn't get his breath because his heart was racing. I don't know. I guess he went into, what do they call that? When the heart is racing, but she was trying to help him out, and it's just in a matter
AFib.
of AFib.
I've got AFib.
And so I guess when you go into AFib, your body's not getting the oxygen, and he just boom, within a matter of minutes, suffered a heart attack and was gone.
Oh my God! Huh? Wow. I guess there's just a lot of people going through this with all the COVID and everything going on, and I know I'm not the only one out here that things like this has happened to, but I'm just kind of numb from it. Really, I'm totally numb from it. It's totally unexpected, and especially my son too. He was a straw that broke the camel's back on the end of it, and he died pretty traumatic. But I won't even talk about that. But he was out in San Antonio, Texas, and passed away suddenly. But it's rough. It's rough for a whole lot of people out here. I know it's a rough thing to go through when you lose somebody close to you. And I don't know. The driver shortage. I was going to address that. Is what I started out. I'm going to tell everybody this again, that I drove a truck for over 50 years. I've been in every state. I looked across into Canada. I've been across into Mexico, everywhere you cross the border down into Mexico. I've done this over 50 years, and I've already been retired 4 or 5 years. There was a driver shortage when I started driving. There is no driver shortage. The only real thing that there's a shortage of is companies that want to pay a decent wage where a driver can make money out here. That's what I'm going to say. There's a driver pay shortage. And these companies some of them are starting to step up now. I'm starting to hear some companies are starting to pay up to even a $5,000 enlistment bonus if you go sign up with them. I mean, I've seen $1,000, $2,000 signups for years and years. I've seen that. But $5,000, that's a pretty good chunk of change to think about getting. They're probably not going to give it to you as soon as you sign up, but you could probably get it after you've been working for them for 6 months or a year or something. I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of change to get just for signing up for somebody. But a lot of these companies just don't pay a living wage for what they ask for. I mean, this is a lonely profession out here. There people. I mean, I know I'm talking to a lot of drivers out there that you think about how much human contact you have besides riding down the road and talking to somebody on the CB. And most guys don't even have a CB now. Everybody's talking on a cell phone. It's really replaced the CB. But it's just it's a very lonely job. You stay away from your family for weeks at a time. Sometimes I drove for one company one time. At one time, I drove team on this truck for this company, and two guys on the truck. What's that tell you? The truck never stops. You sleep, and then when you wake up, you drive. You drive, and then when you get done driving, you go back there to sleep again. And it goes back and forth like that, and the truck doesn't stop unless you're putting fuel in it. And then you learn how to while you're getting fuel, you get to eat at the same time. And I was out with that company over 3 months at a time. That was the routine thing. I had to be out over 3 months. 3 weeks to 3 months is what I stayed out. That's a long time to stay out there floating up and down the road, being a road gypsy, living in this big tin can with wheels under it. I mean, that's what it is. That's really what it is. So I don't know. I've said my piece on that, and they're still saying they're saying ATA, and everybody's saying, hey, driver shortage. No, step up to the plate, companies. All you companies that have 5,000 trucks out there or 3,000 trucks or whatever, think about giving your drivers an extra $1. Just think about it. Think about paying them some money and to keep them. That's what you need to do. You need to step up the plate and pay more.
Like I said, the debate's been going on for years and years. I do kind of begin to question in the last year or so if things may be really beginning to be more of an issue with the shortage, because even companies that pay a good wage and some of these smaller operations say that they're struggling to find drivers. Right along that line, that was one of our headlines this past day from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, where they say this recent exemption request from Werner Enterprises is another example of a large carrier using the false premise of a driver shortage to take advantage of safety regulations. Last month, Werner asked the FMCSA for an exemption from the regulation that requires a commercial learner's permit holder to be accompanied by a CDL holder in the passenger seat. If they were granted the exemption, that would apply only to permit holders who have already passed the skills test but have not yet obtained the CDL document from their home state. The CDL holder would have to remain in the vehicle but would not be required to sit in the front seat. Now, OOIDA filed formal comments last Friday in opposition of that request. Werner uses the claims of a historic driver shortage. First, the association argued there's not a shortage. It is a driver retention problem that could be fixed by improving pay and working conditions. In reality, they say evidence from the federal government and industry analysis show the driver turnover is the problem. Let's see. FMCSA estimates over 400,000 new commercial driver's licenses are issued every year. On top of that, the Department of Labor did not find any indications of a driver shortage when examining the issue in 2019. So there's where my question comes in. This is now 2021, getting close to 22. Yeah, we've been through this whole pandemic. We know for a fact that many of the fuel haulers and tanker drivers, when demand was so down in 2020, left the profession. So I think they really are experiencing a shortage of drivers. I may be wrong, but anyway, the deadline to comment on Werner's request was the 17th, last Friday. They say they received 21 comments. There was a mix, some support, some opposition. If you're thinking, haven't we heard this before? Yes, we have. The FMCSA has granted similar exemptions to companies like Wilson Logistics, CRST, CR England, when they granted Wilson logistics exemption earlier this year, the FMCSA said they expected an equivalent level of safety to be achieved because these drivers have already met all the requirements for a CDL, but have yet to pick up the document from their state of domicile. They said their safety performance is expected to be the same as any other newly credentialed CDL holder. All right, with that quick 2-minute timeout, this is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hello to all the cartoon characters.
Steve.
What's going on,
Good
Jolly
morning,
Green?
Steve.
Yes, sir.
Well, we got a lot to talk about tonight. Let's begin with Sex Maniac come in with a Trump T-shirt on. You know, I think Donald Trump needs to hire Sex Maniac as his campaign manager because nobody cares more for Donald Trump than Sex Maniac. There are no doubt in my mind. Also, I had some sad news over the weekend. I lost my ex-wife. She died of liver cancer Saturday, and I've been having a hard time helping my son get through this. But it just seems like every time I turn around, somebody dies, you know. But I got a couple things to talk about. I was talking to my sister, the liberal, and she brought up a couple points that I need to bring to our listeners' attention. All right? I just heard on the news that the United States has had 675,000 COVID-19 deaths.
Mm-hmm.
675,000. Now, there are 3 countries that have had the least amount of deaths. Iceland, Monaco, and New Zealand. We're talking about 2 of them with 33 deaths and 1 with 27 deaths. All right? Now, China is at 4,849 deaths. So here's my question. What are they doing that we're not? That's the question. What are they doing that we're not? Now, the 3 COVID shots which shot is the most effective. My sister brought it to my attention that Moderna is the most effective shot of the three. I checked her information and got on the internet, and my sister was 100% right. All right, so the Moderna shot is the most effective out of the three shots. Now, on the lighter note, last week you were talking about a new cruise ship with a what did you call that? That balcony, virtual balcony on the wall.
Yes.
Well, I'm thinking about booking a virtual honeymoon cruise with a virtual wife, drinking virtual margaritas, having virtual sex, maybe having a virtual baby. Steve, I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, and I believe that we are living in the time of, what is that, Total Recall, the movie.
Yes.
Of virtual reality, of virtual vacations. I got to be honest with you, nothing replaces it than the real thing. I mean, I want a real balcony. I don't want a virtual balcony. Give me a break. So that's my vote for tonight there, Steve. That's really about it. I just want everybody to know that the Jolly Green Giant is definitely listening, and I am on top of everything.
All
so
right.
Everybody have a good night. I will be listening.
Thanks for checking in, Jolly Green Jelly Bean Giant. Good to have you with us. You know, this past day, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says, you know, this COVID might have been actually circulating months before the supposed official first cases were discovered, much earlier in China. He says, quote, there was enormous, albeit indirect evidence that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was the center point for this. I've seen data points that place this somewhere in the summertime of 2019, maybe late summer, July, August. The first official confirmed case was December of 2019. Pompeo said intelligence revealed that 3 staff at the Wuhan Institute suffered COVID-like symptoms in October of 2019 when the facility increased their security and proposed replacing their air conditioning system. They also went into a communications blackout that October when there was no phone reception or signals of activity for 2 weeks' time there. All that contributed to the cumulative weight of evidence suggesting this virus came from the laboratory. I've seen no evidence that there's a cluster that began any place but Wuhan. I'm all ears to see if any evidence that presents something, some fact set to the contrary. There were 14 American diplomats on the ground in Wuhan at this time who were watching and observing what was taking place inside of Wuhan. Now, I hope one day we'll be able to get that information out more broadly. In a separate interview with Sky News Australia, former President Trump repeated that COVID originated at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. He claims it was released due to gross incompetence. Some of the intelligence is classified. I can't talk about it. But it most likely, and when I say most likely, like 95%, came from the lab. I don't know if they had bad thoughts or whether it was gross incompetence, but one way or the other, it came out of Wuhan and it came from the lab. I started hearing stories. There were lots of body bags outside the lab. I heard that a long time ago. And if they did, in fact, have body bags, that was one little indication, would you not think? Now, he did say the virus escaping the lab was probably a mistake. I don't think it was on purpose. But if it was, that is essentially war. That is correct. The evidence continues more and more to point that direction. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news update. So tell you what, Monkey Goucher, I don't want to pull you up here with just a minute before I have to put you on hold. So I'll get you straight out of the box as we roll into hour number 2. I will just share this with you, and you can draw your own conclusions or make a determination whether you want anything to do with it. I'd maybe be interested in some of your feedback. But rumors of a trucker strike are once again circulating on the internet as online trucking groups work to speak out against these medical mandates. Various Facebook groups, such as the now private Stop the Tires 2020 group. There are several TikTok accounts. Truckers appear to be attempting slow rolls, full stops, and protests across the country in response to the vaccine mandates, particularly the new employment-related vaccination requirements that were set forth, last week, earlier this month? Although projected dates seem to vary slightly from one event to the other, multiple protests appear to be scheduled between September the 26th and the beginning of October, all in protest of the COVID regulations and mandates. The largest and most popular appears to be scheduled for September the 27th and September the 29th, partially in coordination with the 10 for DC rally on the 29th. Many are using a hashtag Patriot Shutdown. Truckers, citizens, and more attempting to rally at the Minnesota State Capitol on the 26th. Even more trucker slow rolls and full stops are scheduled for the 27th. There are some planned for a few specific times and locations. They list Nashville, Tennessee, eastbound I-40 at the mile marker 175. Eastbound I-24 at the 39-mile marker. Southbound 65 at the 93. Yeah, there's a number of others. Henderson, North Carolina, east and westbound I-85 at the mile marker 205 and 217, like slated for 7 a.m. on that particular date, the 27th. Dayton, Ohio, eastbound I-70 at the 32, westbound I-70 at the 45, northbound I-75 at the mile marker 40, southbound I-75 at the 62-mile marker, all those at like 7 a.m., Cincinnati, eastbound I-74 at the 4-mile marker, southbound 75 at mile marker 17, southbound 71 at the mile marker 18, all those slated for 7 a.m. They've got Columbus, Ohio, and others on the list as well, so I don't know. That was from CDL Life this past day. Anybody seen or heard a thing about it? Prior to that, I have not. There may be a little more interest, though, with this mandate of these companies with 100 or more employees to begin requiring them to get the vaccination. I don't know. What do you think? It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The COVID-19 pandemic has now become the deadliest in U.S. history, surpassing the 1918 flu pandemic. Data from Johns Hopkins University shows that deaths from COVID passed 675,000 on Monday, surpassing the estimated deaths from the Spanish flu. The 7-day moving average of deaths in the U.S. is now 1,353. And the major indices on Wall Street all closed down Monday, recording their largest losses in more than 4 months. The S&P 500 fell 75 points, shedding nearly 2% and suffering its biggest drop since May. The Dow Jones Industrial Average finished the day down 614 points and was briefly down nearly 1,000 at one point in the day. It ended down 1.8%. The Nasdaq lost 2.2% on the day. Investor worries about the Federal Reserve possibly pulling back on some of the support it's been giving the economy, leading the sell-off. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Drug maker Pfizer says the initial data from its COVID vaccine trial on children aged 5 to 11 showed promising results. The company said in a Monday press release that the results of the early trial showed that the vaccine was safe and effective for children. Pfizer says they will ask the FDA for emergency use approval once the trial is complete. The head of the National Institutes of Health says that he's eager to see the full set of data. Dr. Francis Collins tells Fox News that the FDA will give the data extra scrutiny because of the age group involved.
Let's just say this is really good news. It's still a press release. Pfizer has to now submit their data to FDA for close scrutiny to be sure safety and efficacy is just what they say. But what they said today looks really good. This 1/3 dose of the vaccine gives an antibody response that's equivalent to what you see in 16 to 25-year-olds. So we're on the right track, and the side effects seem to be quite reasonable. So, but let's be clear, FDA will still have to review this. They'll have to have an advisory committee that will have a public meeting. These are kids. We want all the data out there for people to be seen.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Thousands of people are evacuated after a volcano erupts on Spain's Canary Island.
Thousands of people are evacuating from one of the Canary Islands in the Atlantic as a volcanic eruption has begun. The eruption on the island of La Palma has prompted local authorities to evacuate between 5,000 and 10,000 people living in villages near the mountain. Videos on social media show lava flows engulfing houses, though no injuries have been reported. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has reportedly postponed his trip to the meeting of the UN General Assembly to travel to La Palma to see the situation firsthand. From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want Facebook executives to testify after a Wall Street Journal story reported that the social media company knew Instagram hurts teenage girls' mental health, but kept it a secret. Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn explains what the platform can do to people.
It has led to an elevation in the rate of teen suicides, into eating disorders, and we have heard from pediatricians and from parents for quite a while, plenty of anecdotal evidence.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. And finally, week 2 of the NFL season wraps up with the Green Bay Packers hosting the Detroit Lions at Lambeau Field. Kickoff set for just after 8 o'clock Eastern Time. More news always can be found online by going to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Hour number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Going to be traveling in the southeast. Showers, thunderstorms that could be heavy at times will be in the region in the coming days. Anywhere that does see these storms will have a continued flooding risk that could cause travel delays, localized flooding. Several locations across the South have already picked up their fair share of rain since the first of the month. New Orleans reporting over 7 inches of rain since the first, which is like 200% the normal rain. Mobile, Alabama, another city, waterlogged. Over 210% of the normal rainfall has fallen there. With more rain on the horizon, many cities in the South will have to be on alert for the continued threat of localized flash flooding through today in the Mississippi River Valley and further east through Wednesday. These storms will be drenching at times. Plenty of moisture coming from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic to work with. The continued threat of localized flash flooding. High pressure in the northeast and near the Florida Peninsula, allowing the tropical moisture into the southeastern portions of the country, kind of pausing the normal west to east progression of storms. Potent areas of high pressure like this can essentially be a roadblock in the atmosphere, which would result in the seemingly never-ending stormy pattern. You'll see an uptick in the humidity levels across the southeast, thanks to all that moisture feeding into the region. That'll give thunderstorms plenty of fuel to produce heavy downpours. Now, when those downpours persist over the same areas, flooding in farm fields that could lead to crop damage, along with ponding of water on the roadways. There is relief on the horizon across the South as that cold front eventually is going to arrive by maybe midweek. But between now and then, that flood threat will continue until that cold front sweeps through the southeast, probably Wednesday night. Things will become cooler and drier by Thursday. So be aware, going to be kind of active in the southeast. I got to get back to the calls. I was just looking. This was a blurb that came out a week ago this past day, Monday the 13th, apparently. I just came across it. And it's highlighting the violence in Chicago. The numbers, according from the Chicago Police Department and the numbers from the Centers for Disease Control as of September 12th, more kids have been shot in Chicago this year than killed by COVID nationwide. 302 children, so that's 17 and under, have been shot in Chicago by that date. On a national level, according to the Centers for Disease Control, 214 children, 17 and younger, have died from COVID this year. Astounding numbers, huh? All right, let me get back to the calls here. Hello, Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Hello, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Doing all right. Made it through Monday, so that's the hard part.
But you mean to tell me that machine is acting right tonight? It actually give my name?
No, I can see what it said last night, where it said, hey, Jack, a lot effing younger, and Tonight it says fantastic Carolina music.
Well, look here. Since I get called in under so many names, does that mean that every time I get to use a different name, I get a first time call?
Yeah, all right. There you go. Okay. Yeah, all right. You'd be a rich man, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd have me a whole warehouse full of that hot shot secret.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd have it stacked from the floor to the ceiling. But I'm going to answer your survey real quick. Hell yeah. Let's shut them down, boys. Let's shut them down. Go home. Go fishing. Go play with the grandchildren. Whatever you got to do, let's go home. It's time for us to show them the backbone of America, that we are the ones that run this country. We are the ones that deliver the goods. And let's see how long it takes for them to come up off this. Yeah, I'm all for this shutdown, Steve. Hell yeah. I need a vacation anyway. I'm all for it. When's it start?
I guess according to the story, 26th, 27th, 29th, take your pick.
26, 27, 28. Well, you know something? I'm going to be home on them days. That would be a good time to support. Yeah, I'll be there drinking them Bud Lights. I support you, boys. I'll be sitting on the back deck of the Monkey Gouger party pad. I'm all for it. Shut them down. Let's go. But, Steve, what I was calling you about tonight, last night, that donut eater called in there running his pie hole, but he didn't tell the whole truth about what he was talking about them donuts last night. Did you look at that picture real good? There was two pictures that donut eater put up there.
All right, I saw first of all he had the bonfire, and then he had the donuts. It looked like they looked pretty good.
But now when he took that first picture, he had a picture of a can of that Skullbuster beer and a cigar, and had a couple twigs laying in that fire pit.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
All right, now the next picture he sent, it had a brown box of some kind of pastries. I don't know what they was, but I didn't see no donuts in that box. But now I went back and blowed that thing up today and got to looking at it, and that thing said from the day old bread store. And if you look at them cupcakes that's in that picture, every one of them had Clemson Tiger paws on them.
Oh, yeah.
You go back and look at that.
I see some orange and white, some brown and orange. I don't see nothing about the day old bread store.
Oh, yeah, if you blow that thing up real good, you can look at that El Cheapo done with it there. The day old bread store is stamped right on top. Made in China, the box was probably. And it said day old bread store. I said, now, what the hell is he trying to prove here? He go and buy some day old donuts or day old pastries there, and every one of them got orange tiger paws on them. He trying to tell me he going to try and join the Clemson team. He going to let the Buckeyes go or something? You know? I just had to call him out.
I think he's an Alabama fan. He's a Roll Tide kind of guy.
You know, he might be going to lead the tide and come over all that orange on them day old pastries made in China or wherever he got them from down there. But I want to know, looking from the picture, it was dusk dark when he had them few little twigs on there trying to start that fire. And then the next one is in the middle of the night. How long did it take him to go to that store and get them day old pastries?
I think he was just burning. I think he was just burning all of his Skullbuster boxes out there.
Is that what he was doing?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he ever got that fire up and going. You know, I seen a little old twig over there. You know, but I don't know. But anyway, I just want to call him out. But I can't thank him enough for all them accolades he gave me last night. Well, I tell you one thing, he laid it on me last night.
He did, thick.
But I just thought Yeah, he did thick. He got over me. But I just want to bring that up that I think he's trying to tell us that he's going for the winning football team this year, the Clemson Tigers, and all that orange on all them cupcakes and stuff.
I'll have to ask him about
But
that.
I thought he would. Yeah, he'd be calling in directly. Ask him about that. Ask him which one of them day old stores he went to. Bought them China-made pastries and made in China. I was hoping the box just said made in China, and but they didn't. He didn't have to wait on them things to come over across the water. But anyway, that's just what I was calling in tonight. And when I heard your survey, I said, well, yeah, I'm gonna answer that. Damn right, I'm gonna be at the house that week, sitting back on the Monkey Gouger party deck, looking at my clothes, swimming for though it won't be closed then. I might stick my toe in it. But I support him 100%.
Hey,
buddy.
Pappy said, I think smelling all that cow manure may have got to your eyesight.
Oh, no, ain't no cow manure in this eyesight. I'm just telling you, when you blow that thing up, you can see it clear and plain. Them Clemson Tiger paws, all that orange on there and everything. And that box said, made in China. So I just wondered which one of them day old stores he went to. He could at least bought some good donuts, bought some Krispy Kremes or something. Or, he could have went with them second-rated Dunkin' Donuts. But I had to go buy a pastry from Made in China. I don't know what to do with that boy. So anyway, we're going to jump out of here. It was good talking to you, and we'll holler at you later on, buddy.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hello to Tater checking in this morning. He said, Steve, came to work a little bit early tonight. A little earlier than usual, and I noticed the shop lights were on. Very unusual for a weeknight. Parked my truck and walked toward the shop building. Noticed that the old C cab had been moved and the Frankenstein bus was sitting outside. When I got inside, I found the big moose hovering over a greasy, rusted relic. He bought an old Federal truck a few years back, and it's been sitting outside. Well, it's in the shop now, sitting on 6 new tires, stripped, and being sanded as we speak. I asked him why he wanted to save that rusty old wreck, and he said something that hit me pretty hard. He said, if this thing rots into the ground, nobody's going to give a damn. But if it's running down the road, people will want to know what it is and want to know more about how things used to be. Saving history is never in vain. I've been truly blessed being able to be around this guy. He's the genuine article. I just hope I can retain some of this information. Anyway, on my way to London, looking forward to the show. Good to have you with us, Tater. Thanks so much for checking in. So, saving that rusty old relic. We'll be back in 2. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Who's up next here? Begin. Are you with me?
I'm with you 100% tonight, Steve. How we doing today?
How about those Sooners? I tuned into some of that game over the weekend.
They stink. They stink. I'm sorry, but they are a mediocre team. There is no way that team's going to compete for the national championship. I was more impressed with Alabama. I was more impressed with Penn State. And Oregon. Oklahoma is a long way from, unless they do something drastic in the next few weeks. I just don't see, even this quarterback that they're hyping up as the next Heisman Trophy winner, man, I don't know what they see in that young man, but I sure don't see it, Steve. Not when you compare a lot of these other good quarterbacks. Hello?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Did I lose?
Nope, you're there.
Feel free to talk football, Steve. I mean, you know, you guys beat Tulsa. That wasn't nothing to write home about, but hey, sorry. Ohio State beat Tulsa. Hey, right quick. 1998 's last time I had the flu, Steve. And that's why I took the flu shot again today.
Do you take it every year, typically?
Yes, sir.
Do you?
Don't miss a year. Since 1998, and that's when I had the flu last. Because back up then, I just didn't ever take them. And I got it in 1998. But, brother, I thought I was dying. From that point on, when I started taking that flu shot, oh, you know, there'd been a couple times I may have got sick for a couple of days, you know, didn't feel good or something. But never come down to that nasty flu. Usually that flu's a pretty good killer, you know. Some people, especially with, you know, me being a diabetic.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to go see a diabetic specialist now. I went in and got my average. Not looking pretty for me, you know. I'll probably get stuck taking insulin, but I was doing some research. As far as I could tell, since 2018, I'll be all right as far as driving. I think at a certain point, if I wake up and test myself and I'm below a certain number, I can't drive. So,
I mean, what the rule? The rule used to be if you had to take like insulin shots, you couldn't drive. But if like the pills were okay, does that change now?
Right, you can take the insulin injection the way I understand it.
Okay,
unless I'm reading it wrong. But, you know, I'm sure there's a certain milligram that you're only allowed to take, but, you know, I don't know. I'm going to give it another effort to try to get my A1C down below where it needs to be. But it seems like the older I get, the harder it's just getting for me to continue to fight this you know, keeping my diabetes in control. You know, my numbers don't run as high as some people. You know, I can probably go get me a job moving around and stuff, you know, pulling an oil or gas tanker or an oil tanker, but guess what? I ain't going to do that. Not to keep driving a truck. I've done my guts full of slinging hoses around and pulling around with crude oil, and I dang sure ain't gonna go haul no gas. So if I can't do what I'm doing now, then I'll just shut down and go home and try to find me a dock job, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe just go ahead and retire out. I don't want to, but I will if I have to.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, Steve, sorry, Monkey Gouger, I disagree with this so-called strike. What? Make me understand what they're going to gain. Did the government not just kind of put it on the backs of these companies with 100 employees or over? Did they mandate that they had to do that?
Yeah, any employer with 100 or more employees, if you're not a federal contractor or whatever, federal contractors don't have the option. They have to get the vaccine. For the others, I guess like trucking companies, either they have to get the vaccine or they have to test. I think it's once or twice a week, something like that.
Well, what about these like Amazon or Walmart distribution or Target distribution or the meat plants? If they're requiring their employees to have that vaccine, I don't see where they're going to allow you on the premises if you're not going to have it. You?
That's already happening. I mean, I know a driver sent me a link to the message he got on his Qualcomm or whatever last week that wherever he was making his delivery, I think that he had to show proof of vaccination to go onto the premises. So one way or the other, I mean, it's right. It's the whole thing about you're going to make life miserable and almost impossible if you don't take the shot.
Right. And so by going on strike, are they asking the federal government to exempt the truck drivers from the vaccine? Is that what they're asking?
Like I said, I haven't seen any of the official breakdown from these. There's a number of different social media pages calling for it, but I haven't seen what they're. I think they're just saying they're protesting the mandates and I guess the shutdowns and things of that nature. I don't know what they're looking to gain, but
hang on a minute, Steve. You got the interstate closed? Pretty good. You got the interstate closed? Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Guess you heard that.
Getting a live update. All right, so where are you? What do you say? Something got an overturned truck or what?
Right here on the I-40, just about 2 miles east of the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line.
Okay.
Going east.
Eastbound?
I-40, Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Mr. Steve, I'm going to have to get off here and pay attention to what I'm doing now.
All right, yeah. Priorities. Thanks for checking in, Ed. Be careful and give us an update if you got anything more to share with us about that little incident there. All right, what are we looking at? Hey, we're about up to news break here. We'll get the very latest what's going on. And, of course, our number, 844-844-3388. Yeah, speaking of the vaccine mandates, all right, so there was a leading trucking trade group that issued a statement on the vaccine mandate, asking group members to contact lawmakers to explain how the plan could be disastrous for the trucking industry as a whole. All right, we already know the mandate that was issued. Companies that fail to comply could face penalties of $14,000 per violation. September the 17th, last Friday, the Truckload Carriers Association issued an official statement on the Biden plan. The TCA points out that the supply chain is strained, as it is, due to the pandemic, And the logistics of vaccinating and testing the nation's truck drivers could trigger a massive exodus from this great industry, the trucking industry. Got the actual statement from the TCA, and I think the ATA also had something to say about it. We'll give you the rest of the story, as they say. Coming up here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor, the Kentucky Republican said his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, but not one to lift the debt ceiling. And major agricultural group New Cooperative announced that they've been hit by a ransomware attack. The Iowa Grain Cooperative said Monday that it had taken its computer networks down after receiving a $5.9 million ransom for their data from a cybercriminal group called Black Matter. The company says it's taking the attack very seriously, as 40% of the nation's grain production is run through its software. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our Energy Factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back here. And let's see, my wife asked me earlier, did you play the lottery? And no. She said, well, I did. You lost, right? Yep. Yeah, Powerball was up to, I don't know, yeah, what was it, 400 and something million. There were no winners for this past evening's draw, September the 20th. So what's the jackpot now? Next drawing will be coming up Wednesday night. Estimated jackpot, $490 million. Yeah, right there. It may be $500 million by the time we get to Wednesday night, depending on the ticket sales. So, Powerball. All right, real quickly, let me get back to the statement here from the Truckload Carriers Association, which says, trucking has often been referred to as the backbone of the U.S. economy, with the truckload segment as its heartbeat. As an industry, we now face an unprecedented need for professional truck drivers to haul our nation's inventory at a time when the shortage of commercial vehicle operators has reached new heights. We have raced to the front lines to supply a nation during a global pandemic. We have been deemed essential by government that truly needs us. We have demonstrated an industry-wide passion to restock the country's everyday necessities. Obviously, the logistics of vaccinating an army of professional truck drivers operating in an irregular operating environment remains a strong concern. A larger fear is that a rule requiring a vaccine or weekly test could lead to a massive driver exodus from this great industry, already faced with a shrinking pool of drivers from COVID-19 itself. We are all confronted with the pervasive challenge of locating qualified drivers to deliver our nation's freight safely, effectively, and efficiently. The Truckload Carriers Association also asked members to reach out to their senators and representatives to explain the ramifications that vaccine requirements could have on the industry. They are not the only group to speak out against the Biden mandate. The American Trucking Association says the plan could cause supply chain disruptions and hamper economic recovery in the wake of the pandemic. The ATA also argued that the 100 employee threshold is discriminatory and that the White House is essentially picking winners and losers for both employees and employers. So again, Truckload Carriers Association, American Trucking Association, I don't know. What would the numbers be? How many drivers may potentially actually exit the industry due to the mandate? All right, back to your calls. What's going on with Heat Wave this morning? Hey there.
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot today. Well, I get to say tomorrow's my third anniversary with the YRC group, and I got to thank my co-driver for making it possible, because tomorrow's his birthday, and hell, if he wouldn't have taken that calm collective action to keep us upright, Lord knows what might have been happening to us. So, so happy birthday to my co-driver, Thomas Biddle, and yeah, I think he's going to be getting a steak dinner sometime tomorrow whenever we can find a restaurant that's open. So, little appreciation there. You were talking about the 675,000 deaths due to COVID. I think that number is probably a little inflated, because if I'm not mistaken, they said if anyone died of another cause but had the virus in their system, they were going to call it a death by COVID.
Correct.
So, I mean, if you died in a car accident and if you had the virus, and you died due to symptoms of COVID. So I think those numbers are highly inflated. So, I mean, if you had someone that died directly from, maybe we have smaller numbers. But then again, when China says they've only had 4,000 that passed away from it, can we trust the Chinese to tell you the truth, even when they're telling you the truth?
No.
No.
And right now, the hospitalization numbers I've seen in the reports recently, that had been one of the barometers of where we are, where the standings on the COVID battle are. And apparently they've kind of changed the hospitalization numbers. You may be going into the hospital to have a procedure, some sort of elective surgery or whatever. And of course, if they test you and you come back positive for COVID, you may be asymptomatic or just have very mild symptoms, but you are still listed as a hospitalization with COVID, which, again, it just kind of conflates the numbers.
Yeah, exactly. So, we know our government is lying to us. We know that they put loopholes in there. So they said, well, if you got someone with COVID, you're going to get an X number amount of money for having that patient in there. So I don't trust our damn government on anything. CDC, nobody. So, anyways, truck strike. Well, hell yeah. Monkey Gadger's going to be in favor of it, because he's not going to be out on the road on that time. But let me tell you, this business is set up where it's a dog-eat-dog world out here, and we're all wearing milk bone underwear. I mean, just as soon as you say, I ain't hauling this load, somebody or another company is going to come in, swoop it up. They're either going to take the load, take the contract, and, you're going to be left out, with your pockets out going, I ain't got nothing to spend money on. And, it ain't right what the Biden administration is pushing these companies to do. It's a choice. I took the shots. I took the Pfizer vaccine. It was my choice. And I support the choice of another person that says, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with it. I'm not taking it. You know what? And I have no problem with it. I'll wear a mask just to appease people, because they're saying, oh, you're going to spread it. I'm vaccinated. Well, you can still spread it. Well, then the vaccine didn't work to begin with, did it? But, I will wear the mask to allay people's fears because they think the mask is the end-all, beat-all thing out there. And maybe I'm too much of a wuss, but, I just would rather not deal with the BS of someone screaming and hollering. I'd rather just go ahead and do it, smile as I'm doing it, walking by them, and then as soon as I walk by, I take the damn mask off. So, Biden says his patience is running thin with us because the American people will not get vaccinated. Well, you know what? Biden, my patience has run thin with you from day one. So get off your high horse. Did you hear Pensacchi? Well, she was talking to Acosta, I guess, the other day. And Acosta's like, you're sending these people back to Haiti because they're not being vaccinated and they're just clogging up the borders. And it says, what about the other folks that are coming in from the south of the border? And the politicians are lying when they stutter and stammer and they repeat the same words over and over again.
Yeah.
Because it's not scripted. And my understanding is she was saying, well, we need these undocumented people coming in who are not vaccinated to replace those people who were fired from their jobs for not being vaccinated. And it's a double take. You're like, do what? Do you understand? Did your brain hear what your mouth just said? I mean, that is absolute stupidity. If these people would not have lied to begin with, maybe the attitude would have changed. But this is the darkest, most opaque, I guess that's the word, administration we've ever seen. And if you're gonna be talking out both sides of your mouth and out your hind end, what are we supposed to think out here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I have no. I just have nothing more to say on that because it blanks your mind. It's like, how stupid are these people? And how dare we criticize our government? Well, that was one of our God-given freedoms that the creators of this country, the founders, said, hey, you know what? It's okay to talk bad about the government without fear of retribution. Well, as long as this bunch is going to be in office, I'm going to talk bad about it till the day they get out. And even then, I'll probably still talk bad about them. So, other than that, I guess that was about all I had to say on that subject. Other than that, we're just going to be hauling the hind end here to Salt Lake City, and they said we're going to be turning around going back to Portland, so we'll see how this works out. Steve, you have yourself a wonderful... Oh, yes, and want to say, Cool Breeze, I'm sorry for your loss here in the last couple of weeks, and Lucky Penny, I had no idea Ranger had passed away, so my deepest condolences to you and your family.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, be safe out there running the West Coast heat wave. Thank you for being with us. Speaking of the information we get from our government, Dan Bongino was talking about it a couple of days ago. He said, you can always count on the media proclaimed pandemic expert, Dr. Fauci, to alter the prevailing wisdom every couple of weeks. And this has been the case from the very beginning. Nearly 2 weeks ago, CNN's host, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, asked, quote, there was a study that came out of Israel about natural immunity. And basically the headline was that natural immunity provides a lot of protection, even better than the vaccine alone. What are people to make of that? People talk about the vaccine mandates. I hear from people all the time that say, hey, I had COVID. I'm protected. And the study says even more protected than the vaccine alone. Should they get the vaccine? How do you make the case to them? To which the liberal Messiah replied, "That's a really good point. I don't really have a firm answer for you on that." While it's surprising that Fauci hadn't even bothered to think that obvious question through, the bar is low enough where he can be commended for not simply making up an answer that he'd change later on. Whether it be if COVID even posed a threat to the U.S., social distancing, the safety of travel, keeping kids in school, masks, Fauci has changed his tune on every issue, sometimes within a matter of weeks. While it's obviously the case that science adapts to new evidence, that explanation does not do much to explain why Fauci flip-flopped on seemingly every damn issue, and flip-flopped so quickly and never provided the new science as to why he started singing a different tune. You know, they've got some of the clips of his flip-flops, all rolled into a condensed version. Another thing he flopped on was the vaccine mandates. Last month, Fauci said there's no secret that I feel that we should not have central vaccine mandates from the federal government, while we're encouraging private businesses to mandate it. He said much the same back in July of last year about what would have been a future vaccine. I do not see a national level merely because of all the situations you have on encroaching on a person's freedom to make their own choice of their own health. He has since endorsed a vaccine mandate for air travel, for school children. Back in May, he said specifically of children, they should be encouraged but not forced to be vaccinated. So what's the next flip-flop gonna be? I guess pretty much all you got to do is wait for the next time he appears on television and see what that flip-flop is. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? Get back to your calls here. I believe Shaky is next up. Morning, Shaky. What's going on?
Oh, just another day hanging out at the Village Bar. How you doing?
Doing all right. Hope your week's off to a good start.
Well, it's always good when you don't have to work.
Oh, I hear you.
Well, I'm sure you haven't heard, but I listened to a radio show, and y'all, if I was computer savvy, I'd have sent it to you earlier. But the Hammer and Nigel show on WIBC, they was talking about all the Afghani refugees here at Camp Atterbury. Well, they said we was only going to get 5,000 refuge. We've got over 7,000. 47 of them were members of the Taliban. Only 25, I think it was 25 of them had actual proper documentation to be here, be flown out of Afghanistan. And
so how did they determine that's, you said how many, 25 were Taliban members? I mean, when they go through the whole vetting process, they're supposed to immediately be dropped back into Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's not happening. Our state representative, I can't remember if she's a representative, House representative, or senator, but she said only 25% or 25 of the 7,000 had actual documentation that they was allowed to be here. There was 47 of them that was taken out by the FBI that were affiliated with the Taliban.
Interesting numbers.
So
what are they gonna do with them?
And what I don't know, but what they were saying today that they're the refugees they're defecating on like the dining tables. They have stolen out of the National Guard men and women's vehicles. They have taken antennas. They have stolen the license plates, and they have using the antennas and the license plates to make shanks out of. And there has been multiple people shanked in this little thing they got going on over there. And I mean, it's just a real mess. It's terrible over there. And anyway, that's got me all flustered. I can't remember what else I was going to talk about now. But the trucking strike, that ain't never going to happen. Man, I'm going to upset a lot of truck drivers, but they're some of the most spineless people I've ever met in my life.
All I can say is I don't know. I mean,
they talk about
in my years of doing trucking radio, how many various scenarios where the calls for a shutdown, the calls for a strike, even the calls for like park them for 2 hours. Sometimes they'll get big headlines. People are anticipating it's really going to happen this time, but it never comes to fruition. All right, with that, we're up to the top of the hour. We'll get our news update back with more to come here on a Tuesday morning, final day of summer. Can you believe it? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. Current estimates are that the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills sometime in October if the debt ceiling isn't raised. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor Monday, the Kentucky Republican said that his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, as long as it wasn't tied to the debt ceiling. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is projected to hold on to power, as multiple outlets are calling for his Liberal Party to win enough seats in Parliament to form a minority government. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Christmas shoppers could soon be looking at higher prices, especially for one traditional item. Tim Berg reports.
The most wonderful time of the year is approaching, and it may come with a higher price tag. That's especially true for artificial trees, which are expected to cost more than usual. CNN reporting that some artificial tree sellers are bumping up their prices by double-digit percentages. Companies like Balsam Hill out of California say it's due to high shipping costs. Those selling holiday decor are also feeling the strain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Green Bay Packers have beaten the Detroit Lions on Monday Night Football 35-17. After being held without a touchdown in a Week 1 loss to New Orleans, Aaron Rodgers threw for 4 scores, 3 of them to his running back, Aaron Jones. Detroit quarterback Jared Goff threw for 246 yards and 2 scores in the loss. Green Bay dominated in the second half, scoring 21 unanswered points to cruise to their first win of the year. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited the border town of Del Rio, Texas on Monday, where thousands of migrants are living under the international bridge, hoping to find a way into the country. In remarks to reporters, Mayorkas said that the border is not open and that people should not make the trek to the U.S.-Mexico border. Senator Marco Rubio believes that message has come too late. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the migrants at the border believe that the border is open and that there are no checks on COVID at the encampment.
Well, first I want to acknowledge it because they created it. I mean, and the interviews, and as people have talked to some of these people that are down that have come over, they're all surprised and angry. They're said, we were told that if we came with a child, we could stay. We weren't even, others have said they didn't even give us a deportation letter. They knew some of the legal steps that had to be taken. Others have been lied to and told the border's wide open, just come on in. It's legal now to enter the United States. Some of them spent thousands of dollars to make that journey. All of it created by the perception, by the words, by the actions of Joe Biden when he was a candidate and then when he took over as president. And one more interesting point, there are multiple countries around the world that you can't come to the United States from some parts of Europe and other parts of the world legally. You can't buy a plane ticket and fly here with a visa because of COVID restrictions. But we are basically allowing thousands of people to enter the country illegally, no vaccine, as you said, no checks whatsoever.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
like that, we roll into another hour. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Time zone to time zone, working our way into the 21st day of September. Last full day of summer. Well, of course, most people don't give fertilizer a second thought. I don't. Unless maybe when you're driving through a particularly fragrant agricultural area. But now they tell us, with prices for some synthetic nutrients at the highest levels since the financial crisis, it could mean weaker harvests and bigger grocery bills next year. Yeah, right on the heels of, they're already telling us, Kroger made the big announcement last week. Yeah, even with the prices, the increases we've seen, they say they anticipate 2 to 3% more increase in prices by the end of this year. Now this is looking at next year. A perfect storm of events, from extreme weather and plant shutdowns to new government sanctions, has hit the chemical fertilizer market, slamming farmers already buckling under the strain of rising costs to produce food. Prices for urea, the popular nitrogen-based fertilizers, skyrocketed earlier this month to the highest since 2012. In New Orleans, the U.S.'s major fertilizer trading hub, a common phosphate fertilizer known as DAP is the most expensive in that market since 2008. As fertilizer prices continue to rise, farmers will either cut application rates, cut fertilizer entirely in hopes for lower future pricing, or cut other farm products to account for the bigger expected expense. Some are holding out before buying for the next growing season in hopes that the price will come down, which is a risk because the prices could actually continue to rise. Farmers growing the commodity grain corn, soy, and other grains that fuel both livestock and packaged food factories are already spending more than normal on seeds, labor, transportation, equipment. That has helped contribute to a sharp food inflation over the past year. Fertilizer cost is one of the biggest drivers behind global food inflation, as prices for all three groups of nutrients, which you've got potash, phosphate, and nitrogen, are at levels we haven't seen for about a decade. They tell us a confluence of events are behind these rising prices. Back-to-back summer storms over the U.S. Gulf Coast prevented product from moving in or out of the temporary shuttered plants in the region, including the largest nitrogen complex in the world. The company was then forced to shut 2 UK plants due to Europe's record rally in natural gas, the primary feedstock for much of the nitrogen produced globally. Last Friday, Yara International, ASA, said that the high natural gas prices is going to force them to curtail about 40% of the European production capacity for ammonia that is used to make fertilizer. And the hits just keep on coming. All right, back to the calls here. What's going on this morning, Pappy?
And Monkey Smacker wants to go on strike, hauling his precious commodity of cow manure. Does that make sense, Steve?
It doesn't make much sense, does it?
No. Steve, I can assure you them plants were as fresh as a little baby's behind. Man, remember the other night I said fight fire with fire?
Yeah.
What if all these truck drivers decided, you know what, all these radical left liberals, Amazon, let's just stop delivering to these people. Right?
Right.
Let's hit big tech where it hurts. want to force us to get a shot. We ain't delivering to your company. What about the White House, Steve?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Like the caller a few minutes ago was saying that they never stick together. For every truck driver that says, I'm not going to make any deliveries to, whatever, your big tech company or the White House, you got another driver that says, yeah, I'll take it.
I'm living in my fantasy world here, Steve. Don't ruin it. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be nice, though? Wouldn't it be nice, to hit these people back where it hurts? Yeah, man, Steve, I'll tell you, man, if we can't lose the trucking industry, Steve. That's a no-go, man.
Mm-hmm.
We've been saying this for years, man, and it ain't no lie. I mean, your listeners are the backbone of this country, man. They stopped growing. Done. So I don't know, man. This whole mandate thing's going to blow this country wide open. Maybe that's what they want. Stock up while you can. Told you that a couple of weeks ago.
You've been pushing that narrative.
Steve, I pushed that narrative on you, 3 years ago?
Yes.
Huh?
And I did buy some of the 4 Patriots. I think I got one of the 1-month kits or whatever, the freeze-dried stuff. And I mean, I don't have an abundance.
Yeah.
But...
Well, I would suggest everybody has a couple months. There's only 2 things you need in life, Steve. That's water and food. If you had a lifetime supply of water and food, you can live and you can adapt and overcome. You don't have to go to work. Car breaks down, you ain't got to worry about it. You don't have to work. You got what you need to live. Man, I don't know.
Life would be mighty sucky.
Anyway,
though,
that's all I got. Oh man, you ain't kidding, brother.
Yep, miserable.
You ain't kidding. All right, that's all I got, Steve. Peace out to everybody out there. Be safe, drive safe.
Have a good one. Cool. There you go. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us here. Who's next up here? Let me jump on down to what kind of baloney you got for us this morning. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. When we're going on strike?
Well, you tell me. What date do you want to pick?
I picked Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
Well, I'm at the house. That's a good time to go on strike right there. Be like, well, we'll all be on strike if you can't get none of that urea fertilizer, because that's all Blue Death is watered down urea fertilizer there. Much urea as we got in the air and on the ground there, everything ought to be green 24/7 there, right?
I was thinking when I read that thing about the fertilizer and it said urea, I thought, that's what your DEF is made out of. Basically, it's pee. Is the price of urea going up at the truck stops and everything, or no?
I don't pay much attention to it. I get all my DEF off the yard there, so whatever they're paying on the yard there. Now I get fuel outside on the truck stop, but the DEF, they get a better deal by having it pumped into the tank out there on the truck.
Okay.
On the yard there, so you just get it right there. And boys up there on 40, it's stuck. If they're still stuck in that truck wreck up there, you can get off right there on the state line at Dora Road and make your right, go down there to 64 and come around the south end of Fort Smith there, and come out on 540 and go right around that thing. It'll take you about 10 minutes to go around it there, but I mean, that's just, if you can get off, you can get off there at Door Road, or you can get off 325, which is 64 over in Oklahoma there. So I don't know, but it didn't sound good for Big Ed there. Well, let's talk a little football here. Clemson and Ohio State both fell in the polls besides having victories last Saturday there. And Penn State moved up to number 6. Yeah, when y'all play Penn State up there, you might want to make them do a little extra training there so they can win. And that way, old Penn State will fall in the polls there. I read that the fists were flying Sunday in Cleveland there at Mooney Lot, where the Browns fans beat up on each other before Baker Mayfield and his boys got a 31-21 win over the Houston Oilers / Texans there. Well, if I was a Cleveland Browns fan, Steve, I'd beat myself up too every day there. So, well, that's all of my baloney on that one there. Week 4 of the NCAA football, a couple games there. It's interesting. Arkansas versus Texas A&M. They're both 3-0. My question was, is Arkansas going to be 2-0 against Texas teams this year? They're playing down at AT&T Stadium in Arlington there, home of the Dallas Rancheros there. ESPN gives Texas A&M a 57.6 chance of winning. So we'll see about all that. Tennessee versus Florida. They're playing in the Swamp there. Well, will Tennessee get lucky, or will Florida be playing singing Rocky Top all night long down there while they're partying there? And here's the sad news, Steve. They only give Tennessee 11.5% chance of winning. And, well, let's see, it's 16 after. Do we need to get a commercial break in?
We're okay at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, we missed it this past Sunday, Steve. It was Talk Like a Pirate Day. Well, shiver me timbers. Come here, you little wench. Well, I saw her yesterday morning down there in Dallas when you and I hung up there.
Yeah.
I made that right turn on Westmoreland Street there. See, she was naked. And she was a dang, too, if you remember what I told you on that one there. She kept pointing at her cooter there. I just kept laughing, and I finally made that right turn and went on and made my delivery there. So I've been married to Mama Knucklebuster for 41 years. And that's the way I'm going to keep it there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, a woman asked Bubba, what kind of tree can you fit into your hand? He thought about it for a minute and replied, well, you can fit any tree into your hand as long as it's a seed. She says, I like the way you're thinking. But no, Bubba, it's a palm tree. Well, Bubba said, let me ask you a question. Says, I'm about 6 inches long. And when you take me out of your mouth, you spit. And I'm a whole lot more fun when I vibrate. What am I? She replied, Bubba, that is disgusting. Bubba said, I'm talking about a toothbrush, but I like the way you're thinking. And that's all my baloney for.
Oh, boy. Yes, sir. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I know. That's all my baloney for this time. They will talk to you later this morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right. Be safe out there, Knucklebuster. It's 20 past the hour. Yeah, we'll take care of that quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. I see we got Lone Ranger on the line coming up here just ahead. Let me get back at Big Ed. Wanted to check back in. Yes, sir. 2 in one night.
Yeah, I'll make it quick.
That don't happen often.
Yeah, I'll make it. But you did get the understanding where that wreck was.
Yeah, eastbound 40, like 2 miles before the state line, you said.
No.
No?
At exit 1, that's Arkansas, Oklahoma state line on east. Coming up to the state line.
Mm-hmm.
Get you off right there at exit 1. Because the rollover is up there at exit 2, mile marker 2 in Arkansas. So you're going to get off there at exit 1. You're going to go north, but to your left, about a half mile to the stop sign. Then you're going to turn right and go about 3 miles to the next stop sign. And then you're going to hang a right at that stop sign, and there's a NOCO station there. But that is a 90-degree right. So when you make that right, you're going to be swinging wide, or you'll be laying over right there at that corner. But anyway, right there when you make that right, you're going to go back across the interstate, hang your left, and get back on the interstate. But I counted maybe 50 trucks, because that's a frontage road that's running along that I-40. You're headed east into Arkansas. Now, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're coming east out of Oklahoma, hit that state line, they're going to get you off there at exit 1. Hang a left, go a half mile, hang a right, go 3 miles, hang a right, go across the bridge, and get back on the interstate. You with me?
Gotcha.
Do I sound like a good road reporter? Do I sound as good as Knuckle Buster?
Well, I feel like I'll probably be going the wrong direction if I follow your instructions, but that's okay.
How? What am I saying wrong? You're headed.
I'm kidding, Ed.
Well, you don't know Arkansas. You don't ever go anywhere anyway. But right quick, and I'll shut up. If you're going to strike for something that's going to benefit the trucking industry as a whole. Say, knock, knock, listen up, people. I'm going to ring some bells here. The infrastructure plan where they didn't put no money for safe truck parking.
Yeah.
Hell no, that might be something everybody can get behind. At least you'll get their attention on that. Because this COVID thing is a whole nother argument, and I know you don't want to sit there and argue with me. I think I'm totally against what they're getting ready to do because I just don't see where it's going to benefit anybody. So, Steve, I will leave you alone. I appreciate you letting me get back on.
All right, good to have you with us. Are you with me? Always. All right, I have no idea what Ranger called to talk about, but I know when we spoke last week, he was kind of alluding to some of these gloomy forecasts, analysts looking at where the markets are going to go. And it wasn't a good day yesterday, the opening bell to start the new week. According to the report I'm seeing, there's this big Chinese company, Evergrande. I have no idea what it is. But Evergrande has big issues, and it's kind of like a domino effect on the markets. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 787 points. S&P lost 101 points. NASDAQ dropped 408 points. Economically sensitive sectors, financials and energy, were hit particularly hard. The sell-off yesterday saw a cumulative $2.2 trillion of value wiped off of the market capitalization of world equities. The U.S. Federal Reserve is due to meet today and Wednesday as investors look when they're going to begin pulling back on the bond purchases. Investors also keeping an eye on other central bank meetings: Brazil, Britain, Hungary, Indonesia, Japan, Norway, and a handful of others. We're seeing a classic flight to safety in the dollar until we get some sense of clarity on whether or not it's going to be an orderly or disorderly resolution to Evergrande. Again, whatever that is. All right, so I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. What'd you call to talk about, Ranger? That or something totally different?
Well, I watched it. At one point, it was down 800 points. I almost made the phone call, but I'm hoping, a lot of times when it goes down, the investors jump in and they get a better deal on the stocks and comes back up. Now, I'm not familiar with this Chinese company, but the amount of money you lose in a portfolio, when you drop 800 points is incredible. And I don't trust it. I don't like, with everything being so shaky, I just don't trust it. I think I could do better with investments on my own rather than rely on some financial advisor charging me to do what he thinks is best. Because the stock market is so sensitive. It's just unbelievable how much money you can lose in one day. But this mandate vaccine thing, the reason there's so much pushback is because nothing makes any sense. Of course, this entire administration doesn't make any sense. Now Congress was exempted from the mandate. The federal employees have to get it, but Congress was exempted. And that reminded me when the disaster of Obamacare came out. Remember, Congress was exempted from Obamacare because they had their own plan, which was a golden plan. So here you got truck drivers. For the most part, truck driver is in a truck alone most of the time. Congress, who's exempted, spends all day, 3 days a week is all they work, but when they're working, they're in closed quarters, having meetings. They have one meeting after the other. They argue back and forth. That's what they do for a living. And of course, they push their agenda rather than do what's best for the country. That's another story. So the people who are closed in, which we found out during the lockdown, that's how it spreads. When you're closed in and close to other people. And so you got a guy who's pretty much living a solitary life, not around many people most of the time. And he's going to be mandated, possibly. And then you got Congress people are exempted, and they're in close quarters almost all the time. Well, when they're working, that is. So it doesn't make any sense. Then you've got the illegals, whether they be from Mexico or Afghanistan, or now the newest one is Haiti. I saw in the news today, this Mayorkas, what's he, the charge of immigration or something, immigration chief or whatever he is. He's standing there saying that the Haitians have to realize that the border is closed. While he's saying it, on the split screen, they show people single file coming across a dam on the Rio Grande. I mean, hundreds and hundreds. I think there was up to 17,000. They shipped a bunch of them out. Now it's about 12 or 13. But while he's saying the border is closed, you're watching a stream of people come across the river.
Correct.
Now, how ridiculous. There's nothing that makes any sense. Now, the goal is to fill up the country with as many minorities as they possibly can, because that's the voter base for the Democrat Party. Unless you're Cuban, in which case you're more apt to vote Republican, because if you're a Cuban, you live in a socialist country, and you know what's going to happen to this country if we go socialist, which we're halfway there now. So it's all politics, Steve. It's all politics. If you're Hispanic, they want you here because 75% Hispanics vote Democrat, unless you're Cuban. The only difference is a lot of Cubans vote Republican because they know what socialism is a disaster. They know what it looks like. They live it. It's kind of like when they start talking about gun control after giving hundreds of thousands of the same so-called assault weapons to the enemy. Now they just said on your news, they want to give financial assistance to Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, who runs Afghanistan?
The Taliban.
The Taliban. So we supply our enemy with vehicles and munitions and weapons, and now we're going to give them money. So we're going to support our enemy who would shoot you on the spot just for looking at them wrong. There's nothing that makes any sense. Nothing at all. And that's why there's so much pushback, because people know it's mostly political. Last month, we had the Sturgis motorcycle rally, 500,000 people. I didn't hear of any outbreak. Did you?
I can't say that I
College
have.
football. Stadiums are full. The stadiums are full at these college football games. Tens of thousands of people. I didn't hear of any outbreak. There was a bigger outbreak at Obama's birthday party than there was at a college football game with tens of thousands of people in the stand. Because closed quarters, football game, you're outside. I'm sure Obama's party was inside. Who knows, but who cares?
Yeah, it was.
But nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense, Steve. That's why people are so aggravated. And on the topic of the farmers holding off on buying supplies until the price goes down, you know what they call that? They call that recession. Because you're seeing people start to do it now with the houses. These houses have gone crazy in prices. People are saying, well, you know what? Maybe I'll keep the house I have for a while. The contractors I have breakfast with, they have people canceling out on construction projects like a new deck or something because the price of lumber went so high. They say, you know what? Maybe I'll just wait to get that deck until the price of lumber comes down. People driving every day. The higher gas goes up, the less people drive. Now, of course, the oil companies do okay because if you drive less but they get more per gallon, they're still doing okay. So they got it covered. But the average person going to work has to spend about $1.25 more per gallon. That's the Biden gas prices as opposed to the Trump gas prices, which were under $2 a gallon. That takes a lot of money. I got people in this area that drive all the way to New York City, 2-hour drive. And you can't tell me that they're not hurting with this $3-something a gallon gas price. It takes more money out of your pocket, which gives you less money to spend on other things. So when people stop spending, the economy runs on spending. That's what a recession is, when people cut back on their spending. You have to have spending to run an economy. So I'm a little bit lost on what to do about this whole thing. I'm going to watch this China thing, but isn't that something how one little blip can cost you thousands of dollars if you have investments, and that's why they bail out. They want to bail out before it gets worse.
And when they say
hold off a little bit.
$2.2 trillion wiped off in like 1 day's time. Astronomical. All right, we got to get a news break. Back after this.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Drug maker Pfizer says the initial data from its COVID vaccine trial on children aged 5 to 11 showed promising results. The company said in a Monday press release that the results of the early trial showed that the vaccine was safe and effective for children. Pfizer says they will ask the FDA for emergency use approval once the trial is complete. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Mark McClellan tells CNBC that it's likely that the agency will be able to move quickly with their decision.
It is going to be a thorough process at the FDA. They look at all the actual data, replicate the studies that are reported, but those findings are very promising, especially around the ability of a very small dose to lead to a very strong immune reaction. And that's another reason why we give a lot of vaccines to younger kids, very resilient immune system. So it's good that that's panning out, and action by the FDA in a month seems very feasible.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our Energy Factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
It's the fans' chance to see the best. It's the pullers' chance to be the best. And after a light shower, 9 regional classes have their moment in the sun. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It was an Enderley pull-off for the ages. A massive audience of pulling junkies, interested townsfolk, and curious newcomers filled Ohio's Champaign County Fair grandstand to watch 100 of the best in the world. We'll congratulate next week all the Grand National winners, but for now, let's show a little love to the regional national competitors, many of whom just made their longest pulling journey to date and will return home with glorious tales that will sustain them throughout their pulling careers. In stainless diesel, 8,000-pound Pro Stock diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks, it was Rob Wright of MacArthur, Ohio, taking the test hook on the infield track to 359 feet aboard his all-attitude Dodge. And the win over Jeff Hostler's Flirting with Disaster, Nick Stom's Frank, and Brian Shue's Iron Maiden. In 9,500-pound limited Pro Stock tractors, Kevin Lindstrom of Ellsworth, Wisconsin, perpetuated his knack for invitational wins with a 352-foot victory aboard his Hyper Harvester International. Colin and Chris Lear followed with their Darien Deer and Badger Deer, Mike Sather with Adrenaline Rush, and James Geezy with Hicktown Hurricane. In 9,300-pound Super Farm tractors, Dave Whelan's test hook on the My Last Excuse IH held up and got another trophy for his mantle in Tipton, Michigan. Jeff Casey's Whoopie Maker was second, and then Jeff Martine's Hustler, Dan Schulte's Binder Express, and Mark Miller's Diggin' Deep. In 6,200-pound four-wheel drive trucks, Ike Zering of Fillmore, Indiana crossed another one off the Bucket List Dodge's weight box with a 332-foot class ender. Following were David O'Connor's Nasty Boys, Mick Broughton's Shock Treatment, Carol Suki's Totally Geared, and Andy Skluzacek's Colonel. In 2,050-pound modified minis, Todd Boltman's Stress Relief came down from Zeeland, Michigan to give them headaches at 342 feet. Ken Boltmeyer's Wampas Express Flipside, Brian Goose's Grandpa's Disaster, Scott Van Antwerp's Playing Dirty, and Tim Ray's Methanol Madness all challenged the Bowerbilt Iron Boy weight transfer. In 8,000-pound heavy superstocks, John Pfeiffer's Pfeiffer Max matched the Mini's best pass to claim the victory. Ken Rockner's Long Haul Harvester had the second longest tote, while Joe Degenhardt's Diggin' Hard unfortunately could not answer the call. In 6,200-pound two-wheel drive trucks, Jeff Reitzel's At It Again, Did It Again. The C-Cab Ford from Orient, Ohio hauled the mail out to 375 feet to eclipse Wayne Timmerman's Showtime. Dave Coughlin's Final Drive, Matt Seitz's Buckeye Hooker 2, and Dustin Amundsen's bottoms up filled the field. In 8,500-pound light pro stocks, Evan Smoot of Eaton, Indiana got the John Deeres on the board with a 10-inch margin of victory on Barnyard Bandit over nip and tuck competitor Sean Thornhill's Missy's Pissy. Colin Burkholtz's International 1456, Travis Tilton's Always Something, and Mike Palmer's Red Avenger Classic also made fine passes. And in 7,500-pound modifieds, Les Corporal's Corporal Punishment from Marion, Indiana survived a false start and recovered to win. Todd Feist's Snow Farmer, Ken Miller's Corn and Soybean Special, Terry Feist's Feisty Farmer, and Adam Revere's Iron Phoenix also brought the noise to the Interleague. Again, GN finishers will be discussed next week after the Dragway 42 Fall Shootout in West Salem, Ohio this Saturday, September 25th. You can also watch the replay of the running of the 34th Enderley Pull-Off at ntpa.tv and get a complete list of winners at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Saw the story out of Tennessee last week. School officials in Putnam County, Tennessee, were told that district employees were not allowed to lead students in prayer. That included not only teachers and staff, but also coaches of athletic teams. According to WZTV in Nashville, Americans United for Separation of Church and State complained about several instances of prayer and proselytizing at events at Cookeville and Upperman High Schools, both of which are in Putnam County School District. Administrators from the district contacted the school's attorney, who informed them that the law about cases such as this one is clear. Courts have consistently ruled prayer and proselytizing cannot be sponsored by schools or school personnel. In a statement, the district further explained its position on the matter. As a district, we absolutely understand the importance of prayer in the lives of our students, faculty, and staff members. We support the right of students to participate in and lead spontaneous prayers. That right is and will continue to be protected. We also understand faculty and staff members cannot lead or participate in the spontaneous student-led prayers. Well, some parents were irked by the decision, which they saw as a religious attack. Dustin Winfield was one of them. He and other parents decided to show support at Upperman's football game against Stone Memorial High School last Friday. We do realize this is a public school, but it has always been optional for players to pray, and it's been a voluntary event. Players that still want to pray will have to do it on their own. So after the game, players and cheerleaders that choose to will be on the field praying on their own. A group of parents will be going onto the field to support them. We will join hands and encircle them from a distance as a sign of protection and solidarity. This is a parent-led event. We're encouraging anyone that would like to show their support to please join us. Well, Upperman marched to a 27-9 victory in that game, but it was the post-game festivities that ended up making the headlines. One local resident shared a photo showing Upperman and Stone Memorial players leading fans in prayer on the field. Satan's power was defeated tonight as the threat of legal action to forbid prayer after the game was overwhelmed by player-led prayer supported by parents and fans in solidarity on overall field, he wrote. Other social media users shared their own support on Twitter for the students. And just looking at the photos, it was quite the gathering there. Even if the law prohibits teachers or coaches from leading prayer, the players do not look like they'll be back down anytime soon. So tip of the hat there. You know what? Let's get back to the calls. Chevy Guy, what's happening this morning?
And the government shall not establish a religion. Meaning, all right, if you're a Baptist, or, you can pray, but if you're Catholic, you can't. You see, it's the government shall not. The government shall not. But they leave out the next one. The government shall not hinder the practice thereof. The government shall not. Constitution, Bill of Rights, that's there to keep the government away from us. So so what a great story. People doing it and standing up in the face of the government.
And you'd have to see the photo. You'd have to see the photographs. I mean, half the field was covered in, it looks like all the players were actually on a knee as the prayer was ongoing, surrounded by the parents with their heads bowed. Beautiful sight.
I played in Florida. This is in the 70s. Yeah, we had prayer. I in the pledge and everything before our games. So, maybe that's how come I don't have a tendency to want to burn or walk on my flag.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I called, I was in the shop last afternoon, and getting some deer damage repaired, and new tires and whatever. Old Big Red needed a little bit of attention. And I'm sitting there. I look at my supervisor. And say, how many people we got? We got 50 or less. And all of a sudden, the secretary comes out of her office, comes in there. She says, "Listen, I don't care if we had 100. We're not going to do that." We never even mentioned it. She said, "We are not going to do that." So we have less than 50 in our company. So that won't be an issue. Now here's the situation. When my employer, the brother of the employer I have now, when he passed away, I'm still working. I don't know what to do. Everybody in the company still keeps moving, doing what they only know how to do. I get a call. He had to make a decision. He didn't want to grow the company, take the company over as big as it was. because he's not in trucking, he's in logging. I mean, he called me up and said, "Don't go nowhere." He said, "I got to run out and buy you a tractor, but I'll have you in a tractor before the end of the week." He said, "You going home, and I'll get your tractor to you." And that's what I did. You know, I don't like the word worker. I'm not a worker. I'm not a communist. I'm an employee of this man. And part of that is I don't know anybody that works hard as my employer, wheeling and dealing on land contracts, keeping his men working. There's only 4 of us working in the mill. Used to be up to 26 of us, but there are only 3 of us now. Another company come in, so there's a little bit of competition there, bumping heads with the mill manager, who is our customer. It's so personal. How do you go on strike against these people? First off, the man that looked after me and took, went out to get me a tractor, keep me working. Or the or my customer, which is the guy at the mill, if these chips don't move, I mean, they can't throw the chips on the ground. You got to keep that end of the business going, or the chip sawdust bark. You got to keep it moving out, and if it gets interrupted, it could be employment for the people in the mill. You don't want to shut the mill down. So, it is a whole lot more complex, and I'm overly blessed with my employment situation. I got the idea. I guess the only thing I could say could change is, let's say the day they say down here in Charleston, where I'm going, or one of these mills, say can't come on the property unless you're vaccinated. Well, you can't come on the property unless you got a mask. But you want to know the exception? Truck drivers, they have not one time talked to us about wearing a mask. That, number one, nobody's anywhere around. You just pull in, you back up on the dump, you flip the switch, you push a button. Nobody. You're not around anybody. Even when you scale in, it's all computer generated. You pull in, you push a button, swipe your card, push a couple buttons, and you're in. You can go. My situation, I could go all month and not see anybody or talk to anybody, and on this situation here. So I got it, but that puts me in to go on strike. That would put me in a position to hurt people. Well, just think if the Moose drivers went on strike and he pays them above average. I mean, he's busted his tail to take care of his people. That's making it a little bit personal. We all know this man takes care of a lot of people. So I just feel like it'd be more like I'm backstabbing a man that took care of me and my family. So yeah, when you talk strike, I don't know if you want to say I don't have a backbone, because I don't know, I've always worked for these small companies, and I've worked for the larger companies, and even for them, I mean, how do you go on strike on the day of the strike? They got you out in California,
Mm-hmm.
It sounds easier than it really is. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip. Thank God that there are kids out there willing to get on their knees and pray and believe that there's something greater than us. There's something, because guess what? Almost all this warring that we've been in for 20 years is over a religious belief. So the best place to introduce people about God is in the schools and in the churches, of course, in the schools, because the worst thing you want to do is get introduced about religion is on the battlefield, trying to figure out why these people are fighting so, willing to risk their life over ideology. So that's just the education of faith is important as anything else. So other than that, I'll go sit back and copy the mail and hope for Philip to call in and give us an update in the Florida situation.
All right. Yeah, he's on the line. We got him coming up here momentarily here. First, we got to get to Curtis, I believe. Morning, Curtis.
How you doing, sir?
Doing well.
Well, I'm going back to Big Bay, talking about his donuts. And you were talking about donuts earlier?
Mm-hmm.
You ever have the donuts from the donut spot?
The donut spot. I'm not familiar. No.
No, in Covington, I think Coleraine or Covington, wherever it is. Well, Tom would talk about the cream cheese filled donuts. And I actually had them ship me from where they are near you in Ohio, 2 dozen of them. And it took, I guess, a day, 2 days, UPS. And they were nice and fresh, and they were very good. There you are. Tom Big never told you about the donuts from the donut shop.
The
donut spot.
Don't think he told me that story. No, cream cheese filled. That I don't know. That doesn't sound real good to me. I like cream cheese on a bagel.
Well, not cream cheese. Cheesecake.
Oh, cheesecake. Oh, now that's different.
Sorry.
Okay, that might be good.
Sorry, I screwed up there. Cheesecake.
Okay.
Yeah. But I can't believe Tom never turned you on to them. And you know what led me to that was him throwing that, the story about when he ran off the reservation and his apple butter got busted over the headboard when his wife came in and he was off the reservation.
Well, all righty, Curtis. Thanks for the memories.
Hey, you got to get some of them donuts.
I'll have to see if I can find those. I've never heard of the donut stop. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. Let's get to Philip in Florida. Hey there, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing?
Morning.
Hey, I kind of have a difference of opinion about that gentleman that called in earlier and was talking about the congressmen don't go very much or stay in one place and all that. Seems like to me the congressional congressman down here, Val Demings, he does all that stuff in Washington, D.C. And she gets done with that. She's actually got a place that she rents in Washington. And then she gets on an airplane. She flies down here to Florida, and we pay for her. So I beg to differ what that gentleman was talking about, a congressman just staying in Washington, staying in a room and all that kind of stuff. Because when they're done with whatever they're doing up there, they go back to where they're from. And in some cases, we pay for it. Truth be known about it, we probably pay for their rent to stay in Washington. And we also, they're everywhere. They go anywhere. So I think somebody needs to do their research a little bit about their congressmen and what their activities are. I know down here in Florida, they come back down here to Florida and they serve their constituents down here when they're not up in Washington. So I heard a little bit of a conversation you had yesterday on the air with Steve about the metabolic antibody treatments where y'all were talking about that yesterday. You remember that, Steve?
The fact that they're now trying to kind of ration who gets it and what states get it and how much they get.
Absolutely. Well, our governor, he came down here and when all that started with him and the antibody treatments, he's actually got sites set up. One of them is set up here at Camping World Stadium in Orlando in the parking lot. They brought in they had GE bring in these little buildings because this therapy, it has to be done by a doctor.
IV. Yeah, got to do an IV.
So they set up, they set up these mobile buildings in this parking lot for that. He's done that quite a bit around Florida to get those antibodies out as another way people that get the COVID, that's another way with them to fight it. And I just think it's funny that they've held so much political stuff about, they've held everything, everything's been political with this COVID thing. Whether you've needed therapies, treatments, obviously the vaccine, everything has been political about it. And it's just crazy. It's getting out of hand. And gentlemen also talking about the market. Now, the market, this is what a lot of the traders, the guys that are diehard traders that have been in it for many, many years will tell you, if you don't want to step up to the game, don't play it. And that's the way it works in the market. If you're gonna sit around and complain about losing money, you don't need to be in the market. And that's just the way it is. That's the way the market is. I know the market's falling. That's the way the economy's going. I mean, think about this, Steve. In the port of LA right now, you've got one driver that has the ability to haul 16 loads at one time because our freight is so backed up and parked out on boats out in the water. So that's going to affect the economy. There's a lot of things that are affecting the economy right now. But the big thing that all the investors that have been in it for years will tell you, if you don't want to step in the game and lose money, you don't step into the game. And that's just the way it is with the market. It's up, it's down. You got to take loss. If it's $1 trillion in 2 minutes, you got to take that loss if you're going to play the game. So I mean, it's one of those things you got to take it on the cuff and deal with it. So that's pretty much all I got to say today, Steve. You have a good one. Thanks, bud.
All right, appreciate you checking in. Let's see, we got to get our news update here coming up. Looks like Terry's on the line, checking in from Canada. Yes, I guess looks like Trudeau actually kept his job. The election taking place this past day. Have not seen, did he actually gain control of Parliament, full control? Because that's what he was hoping to do. We'll get the update here coming up. After that, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. Current estimates are that the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills sometime in October if the debt ceiling isn't raised. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor Monday, the Kentucky Republican said that his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, as long as it wasn't tied to the debt ceiling. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is projected to hold on to power, as multiple outlets are calling for his Liberal Party to win enough seats in Parliament to form a minority government. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Christmas shoppers could soon be looking at higher prices, especially for one traditional item. Tim Berg reports.
The most wonderful time of the year is approaching, and it may come with a higher price tag. That's especially true for artificial trees, which are expected to cost more than usual. CNN reporting that some artificial tree sellers are bumping up their prices by double-digit percentages. Companies like Balsam Hill out of California say it's due to high shipping costs. Those selling holiday decor are also feeling the strain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Green Bay Packers have beaten the Detroit Lions on Monday Night Football 35-17. After being held without a touchdown in a Week 1 loss to New Orleans, Aaron Rodgers threw for 4 scores, 3 of them to his running back, Aaron Jones. Detroit quarterback Jared Goff threw for 246 yards and 2 scores in the loss. Green Bay dominated in the second half, scoring 21 unanswered points to cruise to their first win of the year. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited the border town of Del Rio, Texas on Monday, where thousands of migrants are living under the international bridge, hoping to find a way into the country. In remarks to reporters, Mayorkas said that the border is not open and that people should not make the trek to the U.S.-Mexico border. Senator Marco Rubio believes that message has come too late. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the migrants at the border believe that the border is open and that there are no checks on COVID at the encampment.
Well, first I want to acknowledge it because they created it. I mean, and the interviews and as people have talked to some of these people that are down that have come over, they're all surprised and angry. They're saying, we were told that if we came with a child, we could stay. We weren't even, others have said they didn't even give us a deportation letter. They knew some of the legal steps that had to be taken. Others have been lied to and told the border's wide open, just come on in. It's legal now to enter the United States. Some of them spent thousands of dollars to make that journey. All of it created by the perception, by the words, by the actions of Joe Biden when he was a candidate and then when he took over as president. And one more interesting point, there are multiple countries around the world that you can't come to the United States from some parts of Europe and other parts of the world legally. You can't buy a plane ticket and fly here with a visa because of COVID restrictions. But we are basically allowing thousands of people to enter the country illegally, no vaccine, as you said, no checks whatsoever.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And we're officially in that final day of summer as fall will arrive Wednesday. A little after 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, it was a topic we touched on last evening, the antibody treatments. I think you've got Regeneron, and there may be more than one or two. I think Eli Lilly. Anyway, the Department of Health and Human Services enacted a policy of what they say portioning the distribution to some states. States that are experiencing a surge in infections. Last week, the report was that limits came as the treatments are in greater demand in Republican-run states in the South, such as Florida, Texas, Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi. They've all seen a large increase in the Delta variant. See, President Biden has called out these states, although not by name, for contradicting his mandates regarding masks and vaccines. According to the video conference call dealing with distributing antibody treatments to states, Dr. John Redd said that the recent surge has led to a surge in the use of monoclonal antibody drugs, causing us to limit ordering and shipments to administration sites with HHS Protect accounts and current use reporting to make sure the drugs will be available, continue to be available, and to make sure things remain fair and equitable in terms of national supply. We are limiting ordering to sites that have HHS Protect set up. I said the amount ordering each week is used at a rate of around 70%, and we want to make sure there's still a supply available. These changes will allow it to move rapidly toward distribution levels that will help ensure, they use that word, equitable distribution of a limited resource. What are monoclonal antibodies? They are laboratory-made proteins that mimic the immune system's ability to fight off harmful antigens like viruses. So let's see, Sostrovimab is a monoclonal antibody that is specifically directed against the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2. It's designed to block the virus attachment and entry into human cells. This was, like most of the vaccines, the FDA issued emergency use authorization for one such treatment therapy to treat mild or moderate infections. With the authorization of this antibody treatment, we're providing another option to help keep high-risk patients out of the hospital. It is important to expand the arsenal of monoclonal antibody therapies that are expected to retain activity against the circulating variants here in the United States. All right, let's see. The agency has distributed 2.17 million treatments so far, and 43% of the supply has already been used. They can ship about 150,000 treatments a week. So Health and Human Services now determines the amount of product each state or territory can receive on a weekly basis. Well, there you go. It is about 13 past the hour. Back to the calls we go. Yeah, get that update out of Canada. So Monday, Election Day, Trudeau holds power. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. They're still counting the votes, I guess, but right now they're saying you got 146 seats. You need 170 to get the majority. And they say that he apparently is 11 seats lighter than what he was before he called the election.
Okay, so Trudeau holds on, but he did not get, his goal was to try to get full parliamentary control. Is that it?
Yeah, we have 338 seats, and you need 170 to be the majority, and like I said, he's got 146. So basically, it was an election for nothing, except that we lost $600 million to run this bogus election during the pandemic that nobody wanted in the first place. But apparently, they're saying the reason the Conservatives lost is because they weren't going to force everybody or mandate everybody to get the vaccine. They were respecting people's right to choose, and I don't know, for whatever reason, a lot of Canadians up here want everybody to be vaccinated, whether you want to be or not.
So it sounds somewhat reminiscent of what California just went through with the recall election. The people, kept Newsom in power there. It's like, so the majority of people apparently in Canada, I guess much like here in the U.S., they want to continue with the liberal leadership, the mandates and the lockdowns and the travel restrictions there in the country of Canada.
Yeah, like his mandate is he wants everybody vaccinated, but he still says we respect your right, but he's still pushing it like crazy. And
like Biden.
A lot of Canadians, unfortunately, agree with him, yes. And I got a couple other points to touch on, if you don't mind.
Yes, lay it on us.
Steve was asking you yesterday, he was talking about he believed the border going into Canada was closed, but it's open for you guys to come in. You just got to have a negative test 72 hours before you show up, and you got to prove that you're fully vaccinated. But as far as Canadians, the border is still closed for us to go into your country. They just extended another month. And it's just kind of ironic, as you well know, that they're letting all these people from the South come in without their vaccinations and diseases, and we're vaccinated. We can't cross. They're locking us out. So that's kind of a, I don't know, stupid ideology through the American government.
Well, to use the term stupid,
And,
that's
the
not
other thing is-
surprising with the current leadership we have in this country. There's a lot of stupid things going on in D.C. You are correct.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And my last thing is, I just throw a little bit of a funny out here. You got Chevy guy calling in, and you know how I'm trying to think here. Sorry, Monkey Gouger talks about Japper Scrappers all the time. So I have to admit that I own a Toyota Tundra. So does that mean I can go by the name Toyota guy or Japper Scrapper guy?
Take your pick.
So that's my little funny for today.
All right.
Yeah, that's all I got for you today about the election. But unfortunately, I don't know. Didn't come out the way I want. But I mean, you know, everybody's got their opinion, I guess.
Yeah, I think in your email earlier you said, sad day for Canada. As he was speaking there, I pulled up the CBC Canadian headline. Justin Trudeau has won enough seats to form another minority government. Voters signaling Monday that they trust the incumbent to lead Canada through the next phase of the pandemic by handing him a third mandate after a 36-day campaign and as he just mentioned, $600 million election. The final seat tally doesn't look very different from what you had when it was dissolved in early August, prompting even more questions about why a vote was even called during a fourth wave of the pandemic in the first place. As of 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, that's a little less than an hour ago, Liberal candidates were leading or elected in 157 ridings, the exact same number of seats they won in the 2019 contest. It's a reversal of fortunes for Trudeau, launching the campaign with a sizable lead in the polls, only to see his support crater days later. Many voters expressing anger with the decision to call an election during a health crisis. All right, two middling debate performances by Trudeau, and renewed questions about past scandals also put his victory in question. But in the end, voters decided the Liberal team should continue to govern a country that, while battered and bruised by a health crisis, has also fared fairly well on key pandemic metrics like death rates and vaccine coverage. There you go. From north of the border, 19 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So it looks like one Walmart worker in Louisiana had the last say as she quit in a profanity-laced tirade over the loudspeaker system at the store. Beth McGrath posted the video of her own resignation. Attention, Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendance policy is bull shish kebab. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we are replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shish kebab. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating our associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. She ended the video with, F management and F this job. I quit. She posted the video on Facebook with the comment, on to better things. Thousands of people have responded to the post. She posted a follow-up video thanking everyone who commented or liked or shared the post. I never intended the video to blow up like it did. It's really been an emotional roller coaster, and I'm at a loss for words. I did not record the video for clout. I recorded the video for my fellow coworkers to let them know that I do love them and I do want the best for them. I wanted to be their voice, my voice. Well, there you go. Calling out, yeah, hey, Jared, you're a pervert. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Is that the two-time world championship bull hauler?
Yeah, it is, Steve. How you doing this morning?
What's going on, Lauren?
Oh, not a whole lot. Hey, you were talking in the first hour about what Secretary Pompeo said about when they thought the virus came out in China. And, I'm in the livestock industry, and every year in the summer in Des Moines, Iowa, they have what they call the World Pork Expo. And it just dawned on me here a month or two ago that they canceled that in 2019, and it was in June of that year. And the reason they canceled it was there was disease issues going around in the swine herd in China, and they don't necessarily bring pigs over with them, but they were worried about them bringing some kind of disease over here that would maybe get into our pigs or something. But and it may be completely unrelated. But then, in October of that year is when supposedly the the virus got out in that lab in Wuhan. So I think there's a lot more was going on over there than what anybody's even been saying about it. Clear back in the summer of 2019 there.
Yeah, when they highlight the fact that there were, they know 3 lab workers were very, very ill with COVID symptoms, and then talking about taking some of them out in body bags. Something was going on in that lab way before December of that year.
Well, I think it was in more than. I don't know. I was thinking about that and just realized that was the same year they canceled that pork expo, and then of course they canceled it last year because of the COVID already being there. But you just used a term called gaslighting, and that's a term I've thought about on this whole thing. These guys are talking about this slow roll protest that they're going to do over these mandates, and I'm a firm believer that we need to just stand up for our rights. And if they want you to get a shot, go tell them to pound sand, because realistically, I don't think that you're going to get fired if you're a good driver or something if you don't want to get a shot, and I don't understand why, if a person's getting a shot and getting vaccinated, why they're worrying about another person not being vaccinated myself. And I've been following this where I live in Southwest Missouri, Steve, and we had our county that we live in earlier this year maxed out. According to what they were saying were positive cases, it came to be every single person in the county had caught it at one time or another, and nobody I knew was sick with it, So there's a lot of shenanigans going on out there with the reporting and the numbers, and, we just need to stay on top of it and call these people out on this stuff, because this industry that we're in, I'm told there's over 1 million drivers out here, and I don't know. Myself personally, I haven't heard about a big wave of COVID going through the trucking industry, and they were last year, a lot of these truck stops weren't letting you touch anything inside for a while on that, but we were still touching the buttons on the fuel pumps and everything else. So I'm not a real firm believer that I've known some people that have got it, and I heard of one person I knew of that passed away from it, but I'm just not a firm believer that it's as bad as they're saying it is, to be honest with you. And I think they're using that gaslighting to scare everybody, to get them to back down. And just like what you got going on up there in Canada, they're gonna keep voting in these liberals that want to take everything away from them because they're letting them scare them.
Well, I mean, I'm with you for the most part. I know, we know personally folks that are coming down with the COVID. Some are dying. We lost Ranger Jack. We lost Elvis. Others that have been sick. Others that have, had it and not been real sick. But for whatever reason, they seem to want the numbers to be much exaggerated, greatly exaggerated.
Well, Steve, did you notice that? To me, it seems like this whole thing was going way down this spring, and then they started pushing all these vaccines on people, and it just all of a sudden it exploded again. And I would really like to know, because I do know several people that have gotten that shot that got pretty violently ill from it, and even caught now we got a vaccine out here that they're telling you got to take, and they say, well, you get the polio vaccine. Well, it works. Right now, they're saying you get this shot, and all it's going to do is minimize you from catching coronavirus. So I want to know what the long-term effects of this shot's going to be, because you've got part of the thing is there's so many people on pharmaceuticals out here that, for one reason or another, and those compromise your immune system anyway. So, now if we get this shot, is that going to do that? Is it going to open you up to more sickness down the road? I'm just not a real believer in getting this vaccine. I'm not against the other vaccines because they work, but this thing here, and just the way they're pushing it through the politics and the way they're acting about it,
Yep.
What the hell's the thing about mandating your company to make you get the shot? I mean, to me right there, that would be a red flag that would cause me to dig my heels in.
There's some research that you're not going to hear about on CNN or MSNBC or the liberal media that kind of alludes to the fact that once the initial rollout of the vaccines got started, that's where you began to see some of these mutations taking place. That when something starts killing the virus, it doesn't want to die. Maybe it rapidly intensified the mutation process. Thus, you end up with the Delta variant and now the Mu variant and so many others, and it's going to continue to mutate. What is the answer? But hey, good to hear from you, Lauren. Hey, I took your number down. I think you are a first-time caller, if I'm not mistaken. You got to get you a code for your hotshot secret there. Thanks for chiming in. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. Current estimates are that the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills sometime in October if the debt ceiling isn't raised. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor Monday, the Kentucky Republican said that his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, as long as it wasn't tied to the debt ceiling. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is projected to hold on to power, as multiple outlets are calling for his Liberal Party to win enough seats in Parliament to form a minority government. This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Welcome back. Yeah, take the shot or you can't work. With a prediction for stormy weather ahead for the nation that he loves. Meteorologist Carl Bonak signed off last week after being fired for refusing to take the shot. Bonak had served as a weatherman at Michigan's WLUC television for 33 years. According to the Washington Post, Gray Television is the parent company, which instituted a vaccine or else policy that went into effect, I guess that would have been last Wednesday. Quoting New York Yankee icon Lou Gehrig's famous farewell speech, announcing his departure in a post on Facebook, "I'm sad, but to borrow a quote from a famous ball player, I'm the luckiest man on the face of the earth because I had a dream as a kid to be a weatherman. That dream came true, and to top it off, I got to broadcast weather for one of the most challenging, beautiful spots in the United States. As an added bonus, the people I broadcast to across Upper Michigan were so kind and encouraging. But a cloud has fallen over the land of the free," he wrote. "The abrogation of our liberty and freedom under the guise of a pandemic is very disturbing to me. Hopefully, whether you lean right or left, you're concerned about what has occurred in the last year and a half. I just wanted to go about my business, live and let live, and keep my mouth shut. But this act by the federal government through corporate America has brought me to a crossroads. Our way of life, our freedom and liberty is collapsing before our very eyes. Many of you have taken one of these injections, and that is absolutely your right. It is also my right to choose the medical options I feel are right for me. I have authority over my body." Then he laid out why he had refused the vaccine. "I've decided against the vaccine option first and foremost because the manufacturers of these injections have absolutely no liability of injury or death that occurs after the shot, I ask myself, would I buy brakes for my vehicle if the brake company had no liability if the brakes failed? And the answer is no. So I will certainly not allow a medicine in my body from a company that does not stand behind its product. He said he may have received the vaccine had the risk of death from COVID been significant. However, for a normally healthy adult not housed in a nursing home or suffering serious comorbidities, my chance of surviving is well over 99%. I will take the chance and go without the shot. It's time to wake up to what is occurring here in America and around the world. We are being bludgeoned with fear, I believe, in an effort to control us. Eminent doctors, virologists, epidemiologists who post any fact contradicting the official accepted narrative regarding COVID are being censored, and some are losing their jobs, and he is correct, some are losing their licenses. It's time to honor those who served. For me, I honor them by saying enough. I have the right to choose. We all do. If we do nothing, we will lose that right. He concluded with a distillation of a portion of Jefferson's masterpiece, the Declaration of Independence.
But they were bought out for $600. So that's how much the opinion from somebody from California means to me. The two topics he touched on was the stock market and the Congress. He said that I need to do my research because Congress just doesn't spend a lot of time in Washington. They come home and take care of their constituents. Okay, so let's take one example of a representative from California, which is the drunken old hag, Nancy Pelosi. She comes to the podium in Washington with a mask on and says everybody needs to wear a mask. Then, a few days later, you see her at home. And by the way, I agree with the gentleman that Congress does spend a lot of time at home because of their work schedule. They have a 3-day-a-week work schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Monday and Friday are travel days. When they do work on a Friday or a Saturday, they make a big deal out of it because they can't stand that they're working more than 3 days. So it is true that they spend some time at home. But as far as taking care of constituents when they're at home, the last time I saw her at home, she had a fundraiser, thousands of dollars per plate. Nobody wore a mask. And I would disagree that they take care of their constituents. They take better care of their donors. We have the best politicians that money can buy. Now, if she was taking care of her constituents, there wouldn't be people crapping on the sidewalk a mile from her house in Pacific Heights, and they wouldn't be paying a crew of pooper scoopers $70,000 a year to clean up this mess. So that's how they take care of the constituents. There's people that live around that squalid area. So who's taking care of them? So if you look close at the politicians, they take better care of the donors than they do. The rest of us are just peons to them. We mean nothing to them. Now, as far as the stock market goes, oh, and by the way, he said I need to do my research on Congress because they don't spend a lot of time in meetings. Well, then what do they do? Because you have one committee after the other. Everybody's on a committee. The committees meet in a room, shoulder to shoulder. And then when Congress is in session, you've got 438 people in the House and 100 senators, 2 per state. So that's 538 people. They meet in one big room and they go to the podium one at a time. And there's been quite a few politicians that became COVID positive. So I don't know what he's talking about when he says they're not in confined areas. That's all they're in. They don't meet outside. They're not having meetings in a stadium, an outdoor stadium. They're in one room when they're in session. Now, as far as the stock market goes, he said that if you can't ride the wave and take the ups and the downs, you shouldn't be in the stock market. Well, that's if you're looking long term. My dad did okay, but it took 25 to 30 years to get to that point. Well, I'm not going to live another 30 years, so I'm not going to let my investments take a hit and then wind up losing a bunch of the money that my dad waited 30 years to make. Now, if riding the wave and just putting up with ups and downs is the intelligent way to do it, there'd be no such thing as day traders. And if that's the way to do it, then how come when there's any blip on the radar screen, there's a big sell-off? Why are people selling off? Because they don't want it to get worse than what it already is. Now, there's a guy that lives 7 miles from me, 28 years old, who does nothing but invest. That's all he does. His father owned a bank. He inherited the bank. He started out with a pretty nice piggy bank. He is worth today $7 million, not because he sat and did nothing, but because he sits at a table and has 5 or 6 TV screens going on at one time, and he watches and changes and watches and changes. He's constantly doing trades. I guess you call that a day trader. But he also got into the Bitcoin early on, which was very risky. Nobody had faith in it when it first came out, and that's where he made most of his money. So I would disagree with the gentleman that just sitting back and doing nothing is the way to be a good investor. The movers and the shakers do not sit back and do nothing. They move their money where they think they can do it better. So anyway, he's entitled to his opinion. But again, you know, California, sorry. People who allowed a bad governor to stay in because they got $600 checks, sorry. I don't have a lot of faith in the opinion of somebody that does that. That's all I have. See you.
Good to have you with us, Ranger. Thanks for checking in. It's about 12 before the hour. They came out with some research this past day. You know, we hear people talking about, I know someone that was vaccinated, fully vaccinated, got sick, hospitalized. And a study of millions of vaccinated has identified those that would be at the greatest risk of hospitalization or death yet due to a breakthrough infection. The most vulnerable are those who are immunosuppressed, things like chemotherapy, a recent bone marrow or solid organ transplant, or HIV, AIDS. Also, people with neurological disorders such as dementia and Parkinson's disease, nursing home residents, and those with chronic disorders, including Down syndrome. British researchers updating a tool called Q-COVID, using data sets from general practice, national vaccination and testing, death registry, and hospital data in the UK. In all, a sample of nearly 7 million vaccinated adults were included, of whom more than 5 million had received both vaccine doses. An enormous national study finds that a small minority of people do remain at risk of hospitalization and death. Within the vaccinated group, they've seen more than 2,000 deaths, nearly 2,000 hospitalizations. But when you look at the bigger picture, so you've got somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000, aka hospitalizations or deaths, out of 5 million totally vaccinated. Now, they say it's a very small percentage, but all right, just passing on the numbers. So now you know, 10 before the hour. We'll get back to the calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So, what do you say? What can we learn from Israel? Because this is pretty wild. According to a recent Israeli news report, which was posted a week ago this past day, Pfizer pretty much admits that they are treating Israel as a unique laboratory to assess the COVID vaccination effects. Whatever happens in Israel can reliably be expected to happen everywhere else some months later. In other words, the Israeli population is one giant test group without a control group, unfortunately, as was noted by the news anchors. The people really should have been informed that they were part of one of the biggest medical experiments in human history. Pfizer entered into an exclusivity agreement with the Israeli Ministry of Health at the get-go. So the only COVID shot available is Pfizer. As noted by the news anchor, now we realize that the Pfizer shot has a higher risk for heart inflammation among young men than some of the other COVID shots, but Israeli youth have no option but to get the most dangerous one. Israel was one of the first countries to implement draconian mandates. Even though the Pfizer shot was completely experimental, Israelis were told they could not enter certain venues without a vaccination card, restaurants, gyms, swimming pools, hotels. As a result, they have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. That would give them a vaccination rate of 80.5%. It's probably a little bit less because they started giving out third boosters at the end of July. The first group to qualify for the third shots were seniors over the age of 60. Less than 3 weeks later, eligibility expanded to people 40 to 60, as well as pregnant women, teachers, and healthcare workers, even if they were younger than 40. By the end of August, boosters were offered to all previously vaccinated individuals all the way down to the age of 12. By the second week of September, an estimated 2.8 million Israelis have now received a third dose, a possible fourth dose already being prepared. The health ministry director said they still don't know when a fourth dose might be needed, but clearly there's no indication that boosters will not continue. And each time that happens, the people will forfeit their freedoms all over again until they get the next shot. So on and on it goes. The boosters in Israel were rolled out in response to obvious vaccine failure. Pfizer shot went from 95% effectiveness in December of 2020 to 64% in early July of this year, 39% by late July when the Delta strain became predominant. While the country boasts one of the highest fully vaccinated rates in the world, they have also one of the highest daily infection rates. So much for the hallowed concept of herd immunity. August 1, 2021, Director of Israel's Public Health Services announced half of all COVID infections were among fully vaccinated. The vaccinated are not only susceptible to testing positive, though, they're also increasingly likely to experience serious disease when infected. Double-jabbed Israelis started making up the bulk of serious infections in July of this year. By mid-August, 59% of serious cases were among those who had received 2 injections. Others have cited even higher numbers. The director of the Herzog Hospital in Jerusalem reported 95% of severely ill COVID patients were fully vaccinated, and that made up 85 to 90% of hospitalizations overall. August 20 of 2021, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director Rochelle Walensky admitted that the Israeli data suggests increased risk of severe disease among those vaccinated early. And just like the Israeli Ministry of Health, our CDC's answer to this is simply to get more shots, as if that's going to solve anything. As I mentioned earlier, here, as I said, natural immunity is far superior to the protection from the shot, but mass vaccination actually drives mutations. This is particularly true when a vaccine is, they use the term leaky. Leaky, meaning it doesn't fully prevent infection, which none of these shots do. Just like when you overuse antibiotics, have we not heard our entire lives? You should not prescribe antibiotics unless you know it's absolutely necessary, because you allow antibiotic-resistant bacteria to flourish and eventually become resistant to any antibiotics. Overuse of a leaky vaccine pressures the virus to become more lethal. In an open letter to the World Health Organization, Dr. Bosch warned implementing a global vaccination campaign during the height of the pandemic could create an uncontrollable monster where evolutionary pressure will force the emergence of new, potentially more dangerous mutations. Now, again, you look at the numbers out of Israel. They said it's a matter of months. The rest of the world begins to see the same. But we're following the exact path that Israel followed early on, trying to force more and more and more. All right, with that, we'll head to our final hour. Just ahead, first of all, a news update. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. Current estimates are that the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills sometime in October if the debt ceiling isn't raised. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor Monday, the Kentucky Republican said that his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, as long as it wasn't tied to the debt ceiling. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is projected to hold on to power, as multiple outlets are calling for his Liberal Party to win enough seats in Parliament to form a minority government. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Christmas shoppers could soon be looking at higher prices, especially for one traditional item. Tim Berg reports.
The most wonderful time of the year is approaching, and it may come with a higher price tag. That's especially true for artificial trees, which are expected to cost more than usual. CNN reporting that some artificial tree sellers are bumping up their prices by double-digit percentages. Companies like Balsam Hill out of California say it's due to high shipping costs. Those selling holiday decor are also feeling the strain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Green Bay Packers have beaten the Detroit Lions on Monday Night Football 35-17. After being held without a touchdown in a Week 1 loss to New Orleans, Aaron Rodgers threw for 4 scores, 3 of them to his running back, Aaron Jones. Detroit quarterback Jared Goff threw for 246 yards and 2 scores in the loss. Green Bay dominated in the second half, scoring 21 unanswered points to cruise to their first win of the year. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited the border town of Del Rio, Texas on Monday, where thousands of migrants are living under the international bridge, hoping to find a way into the country. In remarks to reporters, Mayorkas said that the border is not open and that people should not make the trek to the U.S.-Mexico border. Senator Marco Rubio believes that message has come too late. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the migrants at the border believe that the border is open and that there are no checks on COVID at the encampment.
Well, first I want to acknowledge it because they created it. I mean, and the interviews, and as people have talked to some of these people that are down that have come over, they're all surprised and angry. They're said, we were told that if we came with a child, we could stay. We weren't even, others have said they didn't even give us a deportation letter. They knew some of the legal steps that had to be taken. Others have been lied to and told the border's wide open, just come on in. It's legal now to enter the United States. Some of them spent thousands of dollars to make that journey. All of it created by the perception, by the words, by the actions of Joe Biden when he was a candidate and then when he took over as president. And one more interesting point, there are multiple countries around the world that you can't come to the United States from some parts of Europe and other parts of the world legally. You can't buy a plane ticket and fly here with a visa because of COVID restrictions. But we are basically allowing thousands of people to enter the country illegally, no vaccine, as you said, no checks whatsoever.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, here I'm talking about the southern border and the news update there. All these thousands of Haitians that say, we were told if we have a child, we'll be allowed in, right? We were told. And the crisis continues. Republican governors are calling on the president to meet within 15 days. It's now instigated an international humanitarian crisis, spurred a spike in international criminal activity, and open the floodgates to human traffickers and drug smugglers, endangering the public health and safety in our streets nationwide. A crisis that began on the southern border now extends beyond to every state and requires immediate action before this situation gets worse. Apprehensions have surged almost 500% since last year. 1.3 million people, which is more people than the populations of 9 U.S. states at this point in time. Now, as I was reading that earlier, I thought, where the hell is Kamala Harris? Where's the vice president? Wasn't she delegated the duties of handling this border crisis months ago? Yeah, she was. And I'm not the only one thinking along that line. Vice President Harris is coming under fire for what critics perceive as a lack of interest in this crush of illegals at the southern border, despite her responsibility. She's supposed to be the nation's border czar. Criticism on social media revved up even as Whoopi Goldberg announced this past day that Harris would come on the show Friday. Last Saturday, the Democrat mayor of Del Rio, Texas, where 10 to 15,000 are sheltered under the bridge there, ripping the vice president for attending a football game featuring her alma mater, Howard University. The VP can visit the fun events around the country while American communities continue to grapple with this failed immigration reform. Where's the visit to Del Rio, he says. The Republican National Committee also blasting her this past day, focusing on her trip to Washington's Audi Field to flip the coin to start Saturday's game. To put the border crisis in perspective, let's compare the numbers Customs and Borders has reported to the capacity of Audi Field. Audi Field holds 20,000 people. You could fill 60 Audi Fields with the over 1,200,000 border encounters since February 1st of this year, almost the entire stadium with over 18,000 unaccompanied children picked up on the border. You could fill 10 Audi Fields with the 208,000 border encounters in just the past 30 days. If Harris doesn't care about the border, then why is she still the border czar? Her priorities are obviously stunningly misplaced. Biden found time to go on vacation. She found time to go to the football game. They both have time to actually do their jobs, visit the border, and get something going, get them the resources they need to end this. I think, as most of us have been saying, though, I don't think they care. I really don't. Meanwhile, Strawberry, what's going on?
strawberry again, huh? No, it's Gilligan. It's not strawberry.
Two in a row, and it actually has strawberry printed up for the last two calls.
well, I'm not going to change my hand on the strawberry. I sent you a link on a story. I don't know whether you read it or not, but you talked about what we can learn a lot from Israel. Did you see the one about back in November? They just released it. New York Times did the story over the weekend. That they took out this Iranian nuclear scientist, used a machine gun that was this high-powered remote-controlled machine gun from 1,000 miles away. Yeah, I tell you what, that's getting it done right there. What do you think? This guy was the father of Iran's nuclear weapons program. I mean, yeah, we can learn a lot from the Mossad, I believe. Don't you think, Steve?
I saw the headline to that story that it was so it's kind of like a drone strike where someone hundreds or maybe 1,000 miles away is in control of it, but watching on a video screen, and that's pretty much what this gun, I don't know, did it say where they had placed it or how they got the gun where it was?
I don't believe so. I read most of the story, but unfortunately I didn't. I'm sorry, I have to get back with you on that. I should be a little better informed. I don't know whether you've seen this link on one of your pages, but did you see about the Brazilian truck driver, the lady that's got 2 million miles? That's over 2 million miles down there in Brazil. Did you see that? She's trying to, her name is Sheila Rose Marconi. She racked up over $2 million. But she's been trying. She's hot-picked Brazilian truck driver. She's trying to encourage women to go into trucking. I thought that was rather interesting. She's driving what looks to be a gold, if I'm not mistaken, Freightliner Argosy. Just driving one of them contraptions right there is a feat in itself. I've actually drove them trucks, and them things, they was Freightliner's last attempt at a cab over, and I'll tell you what, it wasn't a very good attempt, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have these steps on them, and when you opened up the door, they would come up like a staircase. Well, them trucks get about 200,000 on them, and, well, you be driving down the road, look in your mirror, your steps have come out because the mechanism that put them out there is broke. Yeah, well, I thought that was rather interesting. She's trying to encourage more women into trucking. It's on your on the Outcast page.
Okay.
By the way, I got a message from Mr. Flyrod. He's going to be in trouble. I was able to contact my lawyer on Friday morning. Yep. I went down and led the thriving metropolis of Highview and went down to Cape the Bridge, the other big city that's nearby, and there stood my lawyer on the corner holding up a sign that says, "We'll do law work for food." So I had him the letter already printed up about Flybroid's exploits. He told me, he says, as soon as you get back from California, from representing Heatwave, he's going to address this. So I think Heatwave's trial's on the 15th, so the lawyer should get back on the bus somewhere before Halloween. So be expecting papers to be filed against Mr. Flyrod.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. He doesn't have an office or a telephone. I either got to catch him in town or write him a letter. He does have a PO box. A little hard to get a hold of. But that's about all I got for tonight. Thanks for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Thank you so much, Strawberry. Good to have you with us. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
It's the fans' chance to see the best. It's the puller's chance to be the best. And after a light shower, 9 regional classes have their moment in the sun. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It was an Enderley pull-off for the ages. A massive audience of pulling junkies, interested townsfolk, and curious newcomers filled Ohio's Champaign County Fair grandstand to watch 100 of the best in the world. We'll congratulate next week all the Grand National winners, but for now, let's show a little love to the regional national competitors, many of whom just made their longest pulling journey to date and will return home with glorious tales that will sustain them throughout their pulling careers. In stainless diesel, 8,000-pound Pro Stock diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks, it was Rob Wright of MacArthur, Ohio, taking the test hook on the infield track to 359 feet aboard his all-attitude Dodge. And the win over Jeff Hostler's Flirting with Disaster, Nick Stom's Frank, and Brian Shue's Iron Maiden. In 9,500-pound limited Pro Stock tractors, Kevin Lindstrom of Ellsworth, Wisconsin, perpetuated his knack for invitational wins with a 352-foot victory aboard his Hyper Harvester International. Colin and Chris Lear followed with their Darien Deer and Badger Deer, Mike Sather with Adrenaline Rush, and James Geezy with Hicktown Hurricane. In 9,300-pound Super Farm tractors, Dave Whelan's test hook on the My Last Excuse IH held up and got another trophy for his mantle in Tipton, Michigan. Jeff Casey's Whoopie Maker was second, and then Jeff Martine's Hustler, Dan Schulte's Binder Express, and Mark Miller's Diggin' Deep. In 6,200-pound four-wheel drive trucks, Ike Zering of Fillmore, Indiana crossed another one off the Bucket List Dodge's weight box with a 332-foot class ender. Following were David O'Connor's Nasty Boys, Mick Broughton's Shock Treatment, Carol Suki's Totally Geared, and Andy Skluzacek's Colonel. In 2,050-pound modified minis, Todd Boltman's Stress Relief came down from Zeeland, Michigan to give them headaches at 342 feet. Ken Boltmeyer's Wampas Express Flipside, Brian Goose's Grandpa's Disaster, Scott Van Antwerp's Playing Dirty, and Tim Ray's Methanol Madness all challenged the Bowerbilt Iron Boy weight transfer. In 8,000-pound heavy superstocks, John Pfeiffer's Pfeiffer Max matched the Mini's best pass to claim the victory. Ken Rockner's Long Haul Harvester had the second longest tote, while Joe Degenhardt's Diggin' Hard unfortunately could not answer the call. In 6,200-pound two-wheel drive trucks, Jeff Reitzel's At It Again, Did It Again. The C-Cab Ford from Orient, Ohio hauled the mail out to 375 feet to eclipse Wayne Timmerman's Showtime. Dave Coughlin's Final Drive, Matt Seitz's Buckeye Hooker 2, and Dustin Amundsen's Bottoms Up filled the field. In 8,500-pound light pro stocks, Evan Smoot of Eaton, Indiana got the John Deeres on the board with a 10-inch margin of victory on Barnyard Bandit over Nip and Tuck competitor Sean Thornhill's Missy's Pissy. Colin Burkholtz's International 1456, Travis Tilton's Always Something, and Mike Palmer's Red Avenger Classic also made fine passes. And in 7,500-pound modifieds, Les Corporal's Corporal Punishment from Marion, Indiana survived a false start and recovered to win. Todd Feist's Snow Farmer, Ken Miller's Corn and Soybean Special, Terry Feist's Feisty Farmer, and Adam Revere's Iron Phoenix also brought the noise to the Interleague. Again, GN finishers will be discussed next week after the Dragway 42 Fall Shootout in West Salem, Ohio this Saturday, September 25th. You can also watch the replay of the running of the 34th Enderley Pull-Off at ntpa.tv and get a complete list of winners at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull.
so much, John Dunlap. Exciting weekend there. The Enderley Pool-Offs closing out the season. Wow. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Eagle, I believe. What's going on, Eagle? Oh, that would be Eagle getting some rest. All right, Eagle, give us a ring back. He might wake up. You never can tell. It's 844-844-3388. There is a historian and documentary filmmaker, Ken Burns, who said that the present day is one of the worst times in American history. He made those remarks while on the Smart Less podcast. He actually comparing current events with the Civil War, the Great Depression, World War II. It's really serious, he says. There are three great crises before this, which was the Civil War, the Depression, and World War II. This is equal to it, he said, this past day, when asked about the direction that the United States was headed. He went on to quote comments made by Abraham Lincoln during a January of 1838 speech to a group in Springfield, Illinois, which says, "From whence shall we expect the approach of danger? Shall some transatlantic military giant step the earth and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa could not by force take a drink from the Ohio River or make a track on the Blue Ridge in the trial of 1,000 years. No, if destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we will live forever or die by suicide." Now, I said Lincoln's statement kind of highlights how the greatest threat to America is the nation itself right now. We are systematically, step by step, looking at death by suicide. We're looking right down the muzzle of that gun, is the way he put it. Is it that, have we come that far? Yeah, Big Moose would use that scenario if we're on that final ring around the bowl, heading down the toilet. All right. Well, with that, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. I guess it was yet another blow to the Biden administration where, remember how they were talking about trying to put 8 million dreamers into this $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill? And apparently, the Senate parliamentarian said, no, can't do that. That's not a piece that could be put in this sort of legislation. Well, Representative Carmack this past day says, well, you know what? How far will the Senate Democrats go to get their way? He said Democrats will try everything to restore immigration to the $3.5 trillion spending plan, potentially even firing the Senate parliamentarian who ruled that the matter should not be included in the reconciliation plan. And if that happens, the Florida Republican said Americans across the country should just absolutely call out this blatant hypocrisy for the rules of procedure. It was over the weekend, Sunday, the parliamentarian ruled that the immigration reform push was, by any standard, a broad, new immigration policy. That policy change substantially outweighs the budgetary impact of that change. That means Senate Democrats will fight tooth and nail because they know this is their one shot to get the ultra-liberal left agenda passed. They know that they've lost the House. They know that Republicans are going to be taking it back next year in the midterms. So this is going to be their one shot. You can only use reconciliation one time. So this is their way to do it. Yeah, you can only use reconciliation for a number of items, though. Mandatory spending revenue generation for the debt ceiling. Now, that leaves Democrats kind of stomping their feet because they can't get their way. As a result, they're going to do everything they can to push this through. That would include putting pressure on moderates like Joe Manchin, who still is not budging on the price tag of that $3.5 trillion piece of legislation. It is an outrageous price tag. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Would that be Tim, Jim?
It is, sir. How you doing?
Wow, brother, it's been a long time. I mean, when we first got things up and running, we heard from you a couple times in the first few months, but it's been a long time. Doing well. How about you?
Well, it's easier. I'm doing all right. It was easier to get in before. My routes kind of got all cattywampus with GM shipping late and what have you. So my hours been running different every time I got, like I said, I got 12 stops a night, throwing about 200 to 400 pieces a night. But,
wow.
So anyhow, like I said, it's just ain't no sense me trying to call in when I got all that noise going on with loading and unloading, and
gotcha.
You know what I mean.
Sure.
So, anyhow, if you get a chance, Steve, you mentioned earlier in the show about I forget who it was, but maybe Israel, I don't remember what. But anyhow, there's no control group on any of these alleged approved treatments for the COVID, right? Anytime you have a testing or you want to see what's going on, you got to have the group that's getting the treatment, and you got to have a control group that gets nothing. Correct?
That's if you want to get some legitimate, true science, that's what you need. Correct.
Legitimate is the key word there, sir. Yes, legitimate is the key word. So if you get a chance, I told you this probably when this all started a year or so ago. Look up at the Amish community, Coshocton and Holmes County, Ohio. Check their numbers because they're not doing any of this mandating or vaccinations or anything. And they're open to the public. All their shops are as open as it ever was. And then look at all the counties around that, and that'll give you your control group. And then if you remember, it might have been 2 years right before the beginning, the military had that big test themselves where they took, I don't know how many troops it was, 500 or so troops. They split them, and one of them did the extreme measures, and the other one did nothing, and there was no difference in that group. Do you recall that?
I do kind of remember that, yes. Yep.
Yeah, so there's your control groups of where all this madness is going. That I respect the people that's getting it or not getting it. I mean, that's like I said, and we said that many times over, it's your choice. But I've also sent a couple emails to you, I believe, but for those that follow Diamond and Silk, which they're TV and podcasters and radio show. Actually, they're on Newsmax every Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
But they, on the September 1st podcast, I call it, where they interviewed three major doctors or researchers on this virus. They all had a big alphabet after their name. And every one of them said what you had alluded to earlier, that this mRNA either fades away or causes more harm on the long term than it does on the short term. It was never designed to do what they're having it doing. So anybody has the ability to go back to listen to that show. Now, they're two black women, not that matters their validity or anything, but they do get wound up on some other items. So you got to take that with the rest of the show. But the interviews, three of them are about 20 minutes apart.
I used to be friends with Diamond and Silk on Facebook. I mean, did Facebook take them down or censor them away? Because they were big Trump supporters.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah. Facebook took them down. You can still catch them on their own podcast. They got their own YouTube channel. And And then they got the podcast run just like you have.
Mm-hmm.
So you can catch them that way. And they're on, like I said, they're on Newsmax every Saturday.
Gotcha.
About 7 o'clock in the evening. But, so yeah, you got the pool open still, or did you shut it down?
I was going to cover it yesterday. I got out there. I got it all vacuumed out, ready to cover now. I think I got to get out there early today because the storms are going to be rolling through later. Yeah, I got to get the Princess up and get that thing on there.
Yeah, I was hoping to get one more week and finally drop down to 80 degrees that last cool down we had, and I was hoping to get it warmed back up there, but I wanted to go through the same thing, put the old cover on it and the leaf net and call it a year, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I see you're coming up on news break here, sir. I just thought I'd fill in a little bit of time for you.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Tim Jim. I see Rowan cut all her hair off, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She got it shortened up for a while back, and she like it was a little bit too short, I think, but because she had to cut one way, and she did it herself. It didn't come out too good. So that's what she has now is a result of fixing it up. But, yeah, she's on the short hair thing for a while.
All right. Yeah, well, I guess the one good thing about that is it'll grow back. Just take some time, right? Yeah, we are up to news break. I got plenty of room for you. Jump on in here for our final 30-minute segment. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Democratic congressional leaders say they will bring a bill forward that would suspend the debt limit and try to prevent a government shutdown. Current estimates are that the U.S. will be unable to pay its bills sometime in October if the debt ceiling isn't raised. The House is scheduled to vote this week on legislation that would suspend that ceiling until 2022 and fund the government through December. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Republicans could support a measure to fund the government past September 30th, but only if it was separate from a bill to raise the debt ceiling. In remarks on the Senate floor Monday, the Kentucky Republican said that his caucus would support a funding bill that includes disaster relief and targeted Afghan assistance, as long as it wasn't tied to the debt ceiling. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is projected to hold on to power, as multiple outlets are calling for his Liberal Party to win enough seats in Parliament to form a minority government. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Good morning to Truck and Phil, checking in as he typically does this time of day. Morning, Steve Sommers in the Hotshot Secret Nation. Happy Taco Tuesday, says coffee up. Yeah, one day off the full moon. Beautiful morning. Have a great day. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for that big Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. Like that daily route. Can't you just put that thing on an autopilot? You've made that trip enough times to know every crack and crevice in the roadways, every bump where you want to straddle. All right, good to have you with us, Semper Fi, as he always says. Well, while former President Trump has handed out a number of endorsements as of late to Republican, those running for office, Ohio State Senator Matt Dolan apparently will not be one of them. Dolan's running for U.S. Senate next year, his family owns the Cleveland Indians Major League Baseball team. Was denounced by Trump after the team changed their name to the Cleveland Guardians. Anybody that changes the name of the once storied Cleveland Indians to the Cleveland Guardians should not be running for the United States Senate. Representing the great people of Ohio, he said. The Atlanta Braves did not change their name. The Florida State Seminoles did not change their chant. But Cleveland has. And they were first. Despite this, a man named Matt Dolan, son of the owner of the team, said he's against cancel culture. Did those two things really work together? Dolan called the decision an unfortunate response to the culture wars. But Trump called him a rhino, Republican in name only. In any event, I know at least one person in the race who I won't be endorsing, he said. The Republican Party has too many rhinos. He did issue a pair of endorsements this past weekend. Representative Mike Waltz of Florida, and first-year Representative Diane Harshberger of Tennessee. Both who voted against the Democrats' second impeachment of Trump after he left office. All right, so no to Dolan. What's going on this morning? Larry, how the heck are you?
Good morning. Just getting back into the groove after a week's vacation up in the New England area. And I had a drive all the way across 90, across New York, and in through Vermont and everything else. Had a long trip towing my motorcycle.
Okay.
And I really, go ahead.
I saw some of your photos, your posts via Facebook and whatnot. Has the fall foliage begun to change up there in the Northeast yet, or still too early?
Yes, it has. The leaves are starting to change colors up in the Vermont area. We were in a town called Marlboro, and my wife, Tracy, had been told that we're going too early because the colors are going to change, but they're starting to change already. And it was a great trip. We stayed in the oldest inn, the oldest bed and breakfast in Vermont, and it was a place called Colonel Williams. And a great story. The place was built in 1774 originally. Pretty neat place. But had some lobster for $11 a pound, cooked, ready to eat, put in a bag, take it home.
Wow.
$11 a pound. So that's amazing.
I think it runs about $30 a pound out of Jungle Jim's, don't it? I was out there here a month or so ago, and I was looking. I was like, "Good golly, that's astronomical."
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you go into a restaurant, around here, and you're talking, you're going to drop $50, $60 for a live lobster, a whole lobster. Now, I did make a big mistake up there, and Tracy wanted to go to Salem to look at all the witchcraft stuff. But I said, that's not me. So I got on the motorcycle, and I went down to Boston. Big mistake on a motorcycle.
Uh-oh.
You ever been to Boston, Steve?
I have not, no.
Well, the roads are horrendous, and the traffic is even worse. My kidneys hate me for driving in Boston, downtown Boston, on a motorcycle.
Huh.
Now, the other experience I had was the coming across 90 and the service courts. Steve, do you know what it costs for a Big Mac, fries, and a Coke in Cincinnati?
What, $5-6?
$12.50 in those service areas along 90.
Wow.
Incredible. I could not believe. So for a trucker who's stuck on 90, you're pretty much screwed. I mean, it was big Burger King and McDonald's, all those restaurants that are up in that area. Steve, did you happen to hear on CDL drivers? Now, I don't want to just say, they get their CDL and give them a license and turn them loose, but the criteria that I've seen to give them certain training to allow them not just drive intrastate, but to drive interstate. Why isn't there a greater move to make that happen if the crisis is so real?
Yeah. I guess you got to wonder if the crisis is so real. I mean, there's the pilot program in the infrastructure bill, the $1.2 trillion bill. Yeah, I think they would have 3,000 participants, and it's going to take a couple of years. But the ports yesterday announced, Long Beach and L.A. announced that they're going to start running the terminals, I guess, like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so they can then try to get some of these containers out of there. If there's not enough drivers for the limited hours of operation, I think to date they don't run like during the overnight hours. So if you can't find enough drivers for the daytime, how are they going to have enough drivers to move freight overnight too?
Exactly. I don't know that the left hand knows what the right hand's doing. Yeah, I think they're clueless.
Wow.
Well, anyway, had a great trip, 2,600 miles, and stopped in several places. If you ever get up around New England, you want to check out a place called Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Phenomenal place. Food was great. The atmosphere is great. I would go there again. It's my second time there, so I certainly would endorse Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Cool place.
All right. Well, I'll have to check that out if I ever get up to the Northeast, maybe one of these days. All right. Well, Larry, thank you so much for checking in. I saw the numbers, you know, when there were 65 ships, which was the number they had, I guess, last Friday. So it's now up to 70. And supposedly the numbers continue to grow. If they were to offload all those containers that are at anchor off the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, you put them end to end, it would stretch halfway across the entire damn country. Just an astronomical amount of freight sitting out there. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know what age group this youngster is in. Yeah, a little test. I've got to guess it's got to be like first or second grade. But a little questionnaire, and question number 6 says, A, who is your hero? To which the youngster responded, Dad. Why do you consider this person your hero? To which he writes, he is brave. Lastly, is there anything your hero is frightened of? And he said, Mom. That youngster's going somewhere. He's learned early on. You better be scared of Mom, right? What do you say, Chevy guy?
That works for me.
Yep.
This idiot bought her a cane to beat all.
So she can whack you with it.
But there you go. Where's our Republicans? I'm just a trucker here. I got a limited voice. But here, let's just in case one of our Republican representatives are rolling in out of the bar and stumbling into their stumbling in from their extended committee meeting. You know what? You should be getting out there and saying, hey, listen, corporations, the American people, their Constitution still stands. Democrats ain't going to have control forever. And when we get into control, we're going to set the lawyers loose on you. Because remember in the day, you could not go after or ask
if a cook in the restaurant had AIDS. You couldn't. They made that big deal. I mean, you couldn't. I mean, they sent the people out here with AIDS. You were not allowed to discriminate about jobs or anything if they had AIDS. All right? AIDS is still rampant, you know, here in South Carolina, over around Orangeburg. It's real bad. But you never hear any word about it. But the Republicans need to start making some noise. I mean, don't wait until the election comes, i.e. Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't be saying, guys better think some of this stuff you're doing, because you don't have a right to deny a man a right to work. I mean, if he's qualified and you try to deny him just for that, just for a shot, well, then can you deny him for the fact that maybe he has a history in his family for cancer, for any other disease that might die? Or let's say a woman, why hire a woman? She could get pregnant. I mean, automatically, you know, here's 6 weeks of paid leave. You know, why invest in a woman? So, no, there's, you know, it's an even, they need an even-handedness in this. But the Republicans, wake up, guys, just before you pass out in bed there. Come on, guys, get stirred up there and make a plan and start striking back at these people. Other than that, hey, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail. Can't wait for the next show. How about it?
Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. Have a great morning. I thought it was funny. It was intended to be kind of a satirical piece, if you know what I mean. Satire, funny. But, you know, that's what satire is. There's a shred of truth to it. It's not absolute fiction, but Dateline, Del Rio, Texas. What is the headline? Biden draws his largest rally ever in Del Rio, Texas. Thousands of illegal immigrants, mostly from Haiti, are congregating under the International Bridge in the largest rally ever for President Biden. Spread out over a dirt lot strewn with litter, many sitting or lying on blankets, others stand, chanting with companions. Some 9,000 illegals, including Haitian, Cuban, Venezuelan nationals in the area, according to the county sheriff. Sheriff confirmed at 3:45 local time, September the 16th, they had all voted for President Biden. It's a festive atmosphere here, says Genesis Times Mexico correspondent Jose Cuervo. Biden's fan base is really growing here. And the promise to vote for him 3 or 4 times next election, if he lets him in. You know, the number has skyrocketed in less than a week. The previous record for a Biden rally was 15, although the Biden boat parades were a whole lot more popular. You know, that's what I mean. Satirical, but, you know, the truth. I promise I'll vote for you 3 or 4 times if you let me in, right? All right, not a whole lot of time left. Somebody had a comment about the bridge, Brent Spence Bridge. Who we got on the line?
It's Pushrod.
What's happening, Pushrod?
Morning, Steve. I went across the bridge today, and it seems like they got all the tarps off of the thing. I was wondering if they're way ahead of schedule because they're not due until middle of November.
Honestly, I haven't paid any attention. I haven't crossed that bridge in quite some time. I have to do some digging and get back with you on that. I mean, yeah, I know they weren't slated to have it done. So if the tarps are coming down.
Last month they said they was. I'm sorry. Last month they said they was 70% done,
okay.
And I go across 2-3 times a night, and tonight I noticed that all the tarps are down.
You know, we haven't had a whole lot of inclement weather to halt the painting project and whatnot. So maybe they are. Like I said, I'll do a double check on that. Have to tie a string around my finger to remind myself. All right. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the early morning hours of a Tuesday. Enjoy your last full day of summer. because we'll be rolling into autumn, the equinox arriving Wednesday afternoon. And I hope you'll join me back here at the midnight hour tonight for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.